Okay, let's see.
Okay, it looks like we've got everyone back. Mr. City Attorney, is there any report out of closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Emeryville City Council and the successor agency met in closed session on the items listed on the closed session agenda. Regarding item 5.1.1, an update was provided and direction was given. Regarding item 6.1.1, an update was provided and direction was given. And that's the conclusion of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is 6:37 p.m. and we will adjourn this meeting at that time. And it is still 6:37 p.m. and I'm calling to order the special study session meeting of the City Council. It is still December 15th, 2020. And Sherry, do we need to call the roll again? I can see that we're all still here.
We might do a quick roll call just as new people have joined.
Let's do that as Vice Mayor Donahue has joined us. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Pats?
Here.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
And I am here, and that moves us to approval of the final agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as it stands?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Member Bowders, a second from Vice Mayor Donahue. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And next up, we have ex parte communications. Does anyone have any communications to report for the study session? Member Bowders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had conversations with representatives of EAH Housing, RCD Housing, the owners of the U.S. Spring Building, and members of the Building Trades Association. The Alameda County Building Trades Council.
Thank you. And I've also received a letter from the owners of the U.S. Spring Building and have had communications with the Carpenters Local 713. That moves us to public comment. And I am going to ask the clerk at this time whether any email or online speaker cards have been received regarding consent calendar items or items not listed on tonight's agenda. Any speakers who would like to provide audio comments can use the raise hand function or press *9 if they're calling in by phone. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. So, Madam City Clerk, has anyone submitted comments?
Not at this time, Mayor Martinez.
Okay, thank you. And I will just double check our attendees, and I don't see any hands raised at this time. So that moves us to our study session. And I see Valerie has joined us. Is there any introduction from anyone else before Valerie takes it on? Well, Valerie, take it away.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council. I'm Valerie Bernardo. I'm the housing coordinator with the Economic Development and Community Development Department. And tonight I'm going to present to you an Affordable Housing Administration and Expenditure Plan. Next slide, please. Just for background, I will identify that a version of this presentation has been presented before the Housing Committee that occurred on December 2nd. They did provide broad support for City Council moving forward with the recommendation of the Affordable Housing Plan, and they did recommend support for funding option 2, which I'll explain a little bit later. As we go through the presentation, there were a couple of questions or concerns that were identified at that meeting that I've incorporated into this presentation, and I'll identify it as we go through. The Affordable Housing Administration and Expenditure Plan is broken down into the following sections identified here as the plan outline. And I'm going to be providing a brief overview of each one of these sections in the presentation. The plan is intended to be a guideline for how the city will oversee a variety of housing programs and projects to preserve and produce affordable housing options for those who already live here in Emeryville or those who desire to live in Emeryville, while also creating an inclusive community for very low to moderate income households, those with special needs, and those who desire to continue to be renters as well as homeowners. Next slide, please. Let's start with a little bit of background as to what brought us here today. In February of 2018, the City Council passed a resolution authorizing a $50 million housing bond to be placed on a special election ballot that would provide for the issuance of general obligation bonds to finance the development of affordable housing, which has become to be known as Measure C. On June 5th, 2018, more than 2/3 of Emeryville residents voted in support of the Measure C. It's estimated that the funds generated from the $50 million bond would generate about 4.912 cents per $100 of assessed value. That would then generate approximately $3.42 million in annual debt service for the housing bonds over a 27-year period. Next slide. Outside of the $50 million Measure C bond funding that was authorized by the residents of Emeryville, the city also has a variety of other affordable housing resources, and I just wanted to touch on that early in the presentation. First, I'm going to talk about our city-owned physical assets. So the Housing Successor Agency owns 5890, 5900, and 6150 Christie Avenue, known as the Christie Avenue sites, as well as 3602 Adeline. The important thing about these two sites is because they're successor agency owned sites, we are required to implement housing development activities on these sites by September 1st, 2022. So it's very important for us to keep this in our horizon as we develop the plan to make sure that we can meet that development deadline date. Additionally, the city has two physical assets that they owned, Site B, which is about 3.17 acres, and 4300 San Pablo. Both of these sites have been identified to provide affordable housing in the city. If the council recalls, back in July of 2020, the city council actually approved EAH Housing as the selected developer for the RFP of 4300 San Pablo Avenue. So that project is moving forward a little bit more expeditiously related to a development timeline. Next slide, please. So, outside of the physical resources, we also have a variety of financial resources that we have to incentivize the development of affordable housing. As of September 2020, there's approximately $14.262 million in additional housing resources on top of the $50 million Measure C bond. So in total, we have about $64 million that's available to us just for affordable housing. Those financial resources include our low and moderate income housing asset fund, affordable housing fund, affordable housing impact fee, and then of course, the Alameda County actually did a bond issuance called A1. And within that bond issuance, there was a set aside of funds that's designated just for City of Emeryville projects. And so those funds are also included here. So again, in total, there was about 14.26 in other affordable housing resources, and then we had $50 million through Measure C. That brings us to a total of $64 million. Now, I do want to point out that the funds that are identified include unappropriated fund balances, as well as funds that are currently budgeted in the CIP. If the City Council so desires to move forward with the proposed plan, we would essentially be reappropriating the funds that are obligated into the CIP related on the affordable housing projects and programs that are identified in this plan. Next slide, please. The Measure C bond was issued for the sole purpose of providing or incentivizing affordable housing. So we can't use that $50 million to do any other kind of investment in the city. With that purpose in mind, all of the projects that are identified in this plan, whether they're intended to be utilized through the Measure C bond funding or those other financial resources identified, all meet one of the identified purposes. So those purposes include the acquisition or improvement of real property, the rehabilitation of existing multifamily projects, acquisition of additional affordability commitments in new privately developed projects. It also can assist in providing homebuyer assistance loans. It could prevent displacement of our vulnerable populations in Emeryville, and it also could provide permanent supportive housing for those that are experiencing homelessness. Next slide. So now we get to what I kind of consider the fun part. What are the initiatives, programs, and projects that are within the plan? So the plan has segregated all of the programs and projects into one of two initiatives. The first being the preservation initiative, which is on the left, and then the second being the production initiative, which is on the right. The preservation initiative is designed to preserve existing supply, quality, and affordability of housing in Emeryville to prevent displacement and reserve existing housing for our special needs populations. There's 5 programs that fall within the preservation initiative. And when we go through the next slide, I'll go through each of them. The production initiative, however, is designed to build new affordable housing units for our very low to moderate income households. We have 2 programs that are identified to fall within the production initiative. And again, on the next few slides, I'll go through each one of the programs and discuss what the goal of that program is and what the projected performance measures are. Next slide. So our very first program is a familiar program, as it's already identified in the CIP, and it's program 1A, which is the acquisition of BMR homebuyer units. The program goal of this program is to preserve affordability restrictions on 4 below market rate units, or BMR units, homeownership units that are at risk of becoming market rate. It's anticipated that those that would be assisted under this program would be moderate income households or below. But for the purposes of the presentation, we've identified them as moderate income. Next slide. The next preservation program is program 1B, which is homebuyer assistance. This is also an existing program, but not a program that is identified in the CIP. The goal of this program is to assist approximately 26 moderate income households become homeowners by providing a deferred loan to cover down payment and closing cost assistance. Next slide, please. The third program is program 1C, called foreclosure prevention. This program is designed to assist 15 existing low to moderate income households retain their home and prevent foreclosure by providing a deferred loan. The proceeds of that loan could be used to prevent foreclosure through either paying past due HOA fees or mortgage payments. Especially in light of everything that's happened during COVID-19, we identified that this new program could be very beneficial to our existing residents who may have been struggling in keeping up with their mortgage or HOA fees during this time. So this program will assist them. Next slide, please. The fourth program is program 1D, rental preservation. This program is designed to provide existing owners of rental units with a deferred loan to cover capital need improvements to units occupied by very low and moderate income tenants. In return for the funds to make unit upgrades and improvements, the owner would commit to deed restricting the units for a predetermined amount of time. The intent, of course, of this program is not to displace any residents, but rather to improve the quality and condition of their housing while restricting the rent and income for a specific time based on the annually published affordable housing table. Next slide, please. The last preservation program is 1E, special need housing incentives. This program is designed to incentivize approximately 15 additional BMR units to be dedicated to special need housing population households. Special needs could mean a household with a disabled individual, transitional age youth, those persons who are experiencing homelessness. We would have some flexibility in determining that on a project by project basis. This program would require developers to enter into an affordable housing agreement and restrict the income, occupancy, and rent levels to those that meet the requirements. A developer could utilize the funds to make necessary capital need improvements to the property or to the specific units that are within that development. Next slide, please. Next, we have the first production initiative program, which is 2A, rental development. The goal of this program is to produce 251 new rental units for very low, and moderate income households on development sites that are within the city's inventory or that have a previous city investment. So this initiative is only dedicated to those projects that the city has already had an investment in. And that could be an investment because the city owns the asset or because we've already provided financing for that asset. There are currently 4 projects that meet this criteria and that we believe could be produced in within the time frame of the bond expenditure plan. 3600 San Pablo Avenue is one of those. That's a 90-unit development with 89 affordable housing units. 22 of those units are going to be set aside for formerly homeless individuals. Resources for Community Development acquired the site with an acquisition loan from the city last December. The second project is 4300 San Pablo Avenue, which is a 68-unit development with 67 affordable housing units, all of which would be set aside for seniors or transitional age youth. Again, the city awarded this site to EAH Housing through an RFP process last July. The Christie Avenue sites, as well as 3602 Adeline, again, are housing successor agency owned sites. And both sites must have development initiated on those sites as of September 1st, 2022, which is really a year and a half away. Therefore, we determined that these two sites must be included in the plan and funding must be dedicated to ensure that they can move forward. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have Program 2B, which is Development Opportunities. This program is designed to permit strategic acquisition or development of properties to create approximately 61 new rental housing units for low and moderate income households. This would be funding that would be available for a developer that currently does not have already a commitment, so it's not one of those 4 identified projects, but who is seeking additional funding to support their project, or if an opportunity arose and there was a site that the city wished to acquire, funding would be made available to pursue acquisition of that site for affordable housing. Next slide, please. So again, we have about $64.2 million that's proposed to be divided amongst the different initiatives, as well as some funding set aside for admin and cost of issuance. 18% of the funding would go to support the Preservation Initiative program, so that's about $11.4 million. And then 77% would go to support the production. The slide says 50 million. I recognize that there was a modification. The actual number is 49 million, which is correct in your report. The presentation just has an error on it. And then there's about $3.3 million that would go to cover admin and cost of issuance. Again, the report has it identified correctly. The presentation has an error referencing the old figure that we had determined. Next slide. So funds dedicated to the Preservation Initiative is as follows. It's about $1.5 million to BMR ownership acquisitions, $1.6 million to home buyer assistance, about $150,000 to foreclosure prevention, $4 million to rental preservation, and $4.05 million to special need housing opportunities. I would like to note that the $1.5 million dedicated to BMR ownership acquisitions is based off the funding that's currently committed in the CIP. So we just moved that funding allocation over to the plan. Next slide, please. Funds dedicated to the production initiative programs and projects is depicted on this slide. We have about $14.7 million to 3600 San Pablo, $2.5 million for 4300 San Pablo, $23.6 million for the Christie Avenue sites, $240,000 for the Adeline site, and then about $8.3 million would be available for the development opportunities. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. In order to support these various initiatives, programs, and projects, we have created 2 funding allocation plans for consideration. Each plan still funds every program and project. However, the allocation identified to support that program or project, there's a slight variation for. And that variation is due to whether or not we want to utilize existing cash on hand to support a commitment of funding for a project, and whether or not we want to have funding dedicated to move forward with some existing programs while we wait for the bond issuance. Each funding allocation also has a corresponding expenditure plan. Each expenditure plan does identify that there's 2 tranches that would be issued. The first tranche would be issued in spring of 2022, the second one in winter of 2025. It's important to note that in the development of these plans, each tranche must expend at least 85% of the funds that were issued within 3 years, and then 100% of the funds that were issued within 5 years. I don't actually have the expenditure plans in the presentation today because they would have come up too small, but I do have the funding allocations, and I'll kind of walk you through some of the differences between the 2. Next slide. So funding allocation option 1. So as you can see on the following table, the funding sources assigned to each program or project. You'll notice that in this option, the city continues to implement the BMR ownership acquisition program that is currently identified in the CIP, and funds 5 loans under the Homebuyer Assistance Program. This is what could be utilized prior to the issuance of, again, the bond funding. However, in doing those 2 initiatives out of the Affordable Housing Fund, that would result in a lower funding commitment of cash on hand to 3600 San Pablo Avenue. Next slide. Funding allocation option 2 allows the city to fund only 1 BMR ownership acquisition and 2 homebuyer assistance loans prior to the issuance of the bonds, but does provide for a larger commitment of funds on hand to 3600 San Pablo Avenue. It should be noted that none of the funds dedicated to the BMR acquisition program have been expended since the program was developed, and there has only been 1 first-time homebuyer loan that has been issued since 2015. So that's part of the reason why we provided you guys with another option to reduce the funds that would be available to support these 2 programs in case an opportunity did arrive over the next year and a half. We would have funding available, but we wouldn't be setting aside a large set of funds because, again, in the past, these programs have not expended many funds. I also just wanted to point out that with 3600 San Pablo Avenue, part of the reason that there is a difference related to the 2 funding allocations and how it would impact this project is that this is an active project. It has gone through the entitlement process and it is actively pursuing applications for funding. In order to ensure that the application for funding for this project is as competitive as possible, the city would need to issue a commitment of funds to this project prior to their next application deadline for No Place Like Home, which is January 19th. So again, we want to make sure that this project is competitive as possible and is able to receive as many financial resources as necessary for the project to move forward as quickly as we want, and to make sure that they can get as much funding as that they need for the project to be financially feasible. Next slide. So admin and cost of issuance. So in order to properly administer these various programs and issue the bonds, funds have been dedicated to cover the cost of issuance over the 2 tranches, as well as cover the cost anticipated for administrative costs. We have about 4% of the total allocation of funding dedicated for admin. Funding related to admin would cover the cost of hiring an additional housing coordinator, as well as to compensate a portion of the time the finance staff will spend processing disbursement requests, managing fund balances, and servicing the loans, as well as time the city attorney's office will spend reviewing loan documents and program guidelines. We wanted to make sure we built in those additional administrative costs that would be necessary to support this program and make it successful. Additionally, we included funding for an annual audit, as well as utilizing professional consultants to assist in administering the various programs. Lastly, I did want to point out that because the expenditure requirements of the bond program, we do feel that it is very critical to provide authority for the city manager to make budget modifications from time to time to meet the needs of the program and respond to market uncertainties. If a program isn't moving forward and we need to be able to adjust to the funding needs of other programs or projects or to the market conditions, we need to be able to make those modifications. Again, 85% of each bond issuance must be expended in 3 years. And so in order to make sure that we can meet that, we wanted to provide authority for the city manager to make budget modifications up to 20%. We're recommending that any budget modification in excess of that 20% would require city council authorization and then review by the bond oversight committee. Next slide. So when it comes to performance measurements, this kind of gives you an estimate of how we came up with how we're going to produce the units for each program and how much money would, on average, would be committed to every unit to be produced. So we have about 599 units that we're estimating to be produced. You'll see that what the cost is, there is a variation from program or project to project as to how much funding would be utilized to support that initiative. And coming up with the performance metrics, I try to, as best as possible, to align the allocation of very low, low, and moderate income units based off the 2023-2031 RENA projection. So in that projection, approximately 46% of the units would be very low, and this plan we have 47% and so forth. The other thing I did want to point out is when it comes to special need housing, those units are a subset of the other categories, so those are not additional units. So those special need units could either be very low, low, or moderate, but I did want to point those out to show that we were making a special effort to make sure that we were dedicating housing for those with vulnerable populations. Next slide. So what would the plan's impact be on our RENA? So we have two RENAs that we're actually dealing with based off of the expenditure plan. The first one would be the 2015 to 2023 RENA, because we're looking at doing a bond issuance in spring of 2022. Any program that does receive those funds would have already received a building permit. So we are projecting that about 158 of the proposed units would impact the 2015 to 2023 RENA. And so not looking at whatever we're going to produce in 2020 and 2021, we would still have another 759 units that we would need to meet in order to comply with our RENA. The balance of the units, and one thing I didn't point out, but I should have, but when we're looking at the RENA, they only count new construction projects. So when we're providing home buyer assistance or renovating an existing property, those units do not count towards our RENA allocation. So the balance of the units that would be developed between 2023 and 2031 would produce about 223 units that could be included in our RENA. 86 of them would come from very low income households, 67 for low, 70 for moderate, and so forth. So that would leave us towards what's projected for 2023 and 2031, about 1,266 units to create. Next slide, please. One question that did come up during the Housing Committee meeting was where the city stands on our Article 34 authority. Article 34 authority restricts how government financed low-income housing projects can be created. The city actually passed in 1978 Measure E. There's about 3 units that remain within that authority. And then when we did the Measure C bond, we requested an additional 500 units. Based on what we're projecting to produce through this housing plan, we would use about 379 of the Article 34 authority. Next slide, please. So accountability measures are really important when we're talking about bond financing, because it's one of the requirements of the bond that we ensure that the funds are expended appropriately. So there is a requirement that we have a bond oversight committee, which would be responsible for reviewing all the financial transactions and ensuring that the bond funded projects complied with the objective and purpose of the bonds. We are recommending that the city council, who has the responsibility to appoint to the bond oversight committee, actually utilize the budget advisory committee in this role. They already provide this function, and so we think it would be an easy transition for them to also serve as the bond oversight committee. The housing committee also has an important role. They already currently provide review and recommendations for all of our they review the affordable housing plan, they look at affordable program guidelines and policies, and so we would like them to continue in that role in reviewing the objective standards, funding recommendations, and then of course review any notice of funding availability. It's within the program guidelines that we think that we can develop whether or not what the displacement prevention policies are going to be, whether or not there's any labor standards, what the loan terms will be for each program. We provided a high-level overview of the program, but the deep program guidelines still need to be developed. We believe that the Housing Committee, in conjunction with the city staff and the city attorney's office, would be best to help us flush those out. And then reporting. We also think that it's very important to provide updates as to how we're moving forward, not only with the expenditure of the programs, but also in the production of the affordable units. And so we're recommending that an annual program progress report would be provided to the Bond Oversight Committee, the Housing Committee, and the City Council. It would identify the expenditure of the funds, not only on a annual basis, but on a cumulative basis, as well as the performance of all of the programs and projects and initiatives. Next slide, please. So now that I've gone through the plan, there are a couple of questions that we would like you guys to consider. The first is, are there any modifications to the initiative, programs, or projects goals that were recommended? Number 2 is, which funding allocation plan does the City Council prefer? 3, does the City Council agree with the projected timeline for the issuance of bond funds? Again, we're proposing that the first issuance wouldn't occur till spring 2022, and then the second one occur in winter 2025. Are there any modifications to the performance measures that you guys recommend? Does the City Council agree with the recommendation to designate the Budget Advisory Committee as the Bond Oversight Committee? And then lastly, are there any additional modifications that I didn't identify that you think that we should explore before we introduce the plan for approval to the City Council? And with that, I will be available to answer any questions or comments.
Great. Thank you, Valerie. Before we hear from the public, I will entertain any clarifying questions for staff. Member Medina?
Thank you so much for that thorough presentation. My question is really about foreclosures. The number, I think the 15, up to 15 units that could be prevented from being foreclosed on. I was wondering how we arrived at that number and what Emeryville's foreclosure numbers after the 2008 financial crisis look like, if you happen to know.
Thank you for those questions. So I can answer the first one. I don't have the data available right now, but I can work on and bring that back. So the $10,000 was identified, one, because we're looking at a small term loan. We did have during the COVID crisis several individuals that had reached out to us needing assistance. There was a lot of assistance provided by the federal government related to mortgage assistance. However, we did not see assistance related to HOAs. And so one of the things we recognize is that not as much funding would possibly be necessary to support a homeowner who may be going through the foreclosure process because of their inability to pay HOA fees. So that's how we came up with the $10,000. That's something, of course, we can work on and modify, but that's how we arrived at that figure.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other clarifying questions before I ask for public comment? Vice Mayor Donahue.
Does the home buyer assistance program allow for the purchase of limited equity co-op improvements?
So the existing first-time home buyer program, the one loan that we've just closed since 2015 actually occurred over the past 2 weeks, and it was at the Artist Co-op. We provide assistance to actually work with them to support the closing of one unit there. So we can work with a co-op. And how that will work is a little bit differently than the way an existing first-time homebuyer program or the other program would work outside of the Artist Co-op. So we have two different set of program guidelines. But I will say that we are working with Hello Housing, who's our program administrator, on revising the program, since it really has sat dormant over the past 5 years, trying to figure out what do we need to do to make the program work and to make it useful for the market. So they're working on some modifications to the program guidelines. And if we need to have them also consider other ways to work with other co-ops, we can have them explore that as well.
Thank you very much.
And I have a question, Valerie. You talked a little bit about how RCD is in the process of closing their financing for the 3600 project. Could you give us any updates, just in broad terms, of where EAH is at for the 4300 San Pablo site?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, RCD, they're in the early stage. There's a couple of NOFAs, one that's due on January 19th, and then another one from the state that was supposed to be released and due in February. The state, for their ASIC funding, the state is still working on that, so we don't know when that application will be due. EAH is a little bit behind where RCD is. We are currently working on a term sheet. We've executed the exclusive right to negotiate, but we're currently working on a term sheet, and we'll be bringing that before City Council to review next month. But they probably won't be seeking financing until later in 2021.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Excuse me. At this time, I'm going to call for public comment. Now is the time for the public comment portion on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to the study session, you should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, please press *9. And I do see one hand raised at this time, but first I'll check in with the city clerk to see if anyone has submitted electronically to have their comments read into the record. Madam City Clerk?
No, I have no written comments at this time.
Okay, and then with hands raised, I see Jake Rosen and then Ali Kashani. If you would please unmute them in intervals, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, we'll start with Jake Rosen. Unmute and go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight and your consideration of the bond allocation. I'm here from Resources for Community Development. I'm the project manager for 3600 San Pablo Avenue. And I'm simply here to just speak in support that council approve the allocation of the bond funding. And I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have about the project. So thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. So members of council, you know that you have Jake at your disposal, but let's move on and finish up with public comment. We have Ali Kashani.
Okay, unmute and go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Ali Kashani. I am the part owner of US Spring site. I wanted to mention to you that Alameda County Measure W that was passed in early November provides approximately $150 million a year for the next 10 years in housing and supportive services subsidies to projects that serve the homeless or households who may be facing homelessness. We are doing a project in West Oakland, and we're in discussions with the county potentially to receive operating subsidies for that project for about 30 of the units that will be set aside for homeless. That helps us generate approximately $7 million in debt capacity, which lowers the amount of the amount of subsidy the city puts in. So in other words, that source of funding can leverage local city to the tune of millions of dollars. And we are hoping to work with your city staff to re-entitle our site to a larger density project, potentially between 60 to 100 units of housing, 100% affordable, and apply for Measure W funds and hopefully talk to city staff about the city's interest in participating in that project. We acquired the property in 2016, we entitled it in 2018, and market conditions didn't allow us to build that project as a market rate project. And earlier this year, we had a tenant who was going to go in, but with the onset of COVID, they backed out. So the building has been sitting vacant for over 2 years. And we're hoping, and our second extension of our current entitlements expires in March. And we're hoping to come into the city and submit planning applications under SB 35 and AB 1763 to re-entitle the project as 100% affordable. And we hope you will consider the fact that there is a new local source of funds to leverage your bond money for either our project or other projects that are in the pipeline in your city. And that the more local support each project receives, the more competitive the project is at the state and federal levels. This is everyone knows in this business. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any more public comments, so we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. And I'd like to bring it to Member Bowders first as our former liaison to the Housing Committee, but he was at least there for the presentation and so got to hear everyone's comments. So I'd like to hear from you first.
Excuse me, Mayor Martinez. A couple of hands went up sort of right as you were saying that, so I don't know if we want to entertain those or not. Okay.
You're on mute, Madam Mayor.
I apologize. I will absolutely entertain those, the public comment, and Sherry, in the order that you recognize those hands raised. Thank you.
We'll start with Daniel Gregg. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the Emeryville City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Daniel Gregg. I'm the lead field representative for the Carpenters Union Local 713. Represent thousands of carpenters that live in Alameda County and approximately 40,000 carpenters that live in Northern California. I'm actually speaking on behalf of an Emeryville resident tonight that I believe is having trouble logging in. He is a member of the Carpenters Union, and he's also a field representative at 713 that actually covers the Emeryville area. So I'm going to read his statement. As a resident of Emeryville, I have a vested interest in how we as a city approach the challenges faced in the construction industry. Carpenters Local 713 has submitted a letter that, in short, recommends labor standards be attached to the allocation of Measure C funding. Measure C represents a commitment from the community to build more affordable housing in Emeryville. The Carpenters Union supports that commitment, and at the same time, we want to ensure that the workers who build the housing are paid a prevailing wage, receive health care benefits, and participate in state-approved joint labor management apprenticeship programs. This kind of commitment supports head of household jobs in the construction industry where workers can provide for their families and continue to live in the same community that they work in. A partnership between the city of Emeryville and labor is a win for everyone involved. These partnerships are what allow us to retain an essential workforce of trained, skilled, and experienced construction workers that are able to perform at high level and in a safe and timely manner. The result is high worker productivity and a career path for many Bay Area men and women. Emeryville, Alameda County, and the Bay Area as a whole need this essential workforce to meet our housing goals, and we must create incentives for individuals to view the construction industry as a viable career path. In conclusion, we respectfully request that the council provide direction to staff, as well as to the city's housing committee, to consult with us and develop housing program guidelines that achieve the 3 goals listed in the letter submitted by Carpenters Local 713. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe we have one more speaker.
Correct. Where did he go? Oh, it was Pedro Mendez, and we have lost him.
He's still on the line, so I think he just lowered his hand.
There he is. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hey, Mr. Mendez, if you'd like to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, it looks like we may have lost him.
Yeah, no,
no. Well, now I see Pedro Jimenez with talking permitted, but Pedro Mendez seems to have disappeared. But if he turns up, would you just let me? Oh, there he is.
Seems not to be able to unmute, though. All right, well, we'll just let him hang out there, I guess. He can't, it doesn't seem he can unmute.
Well, if Mr. Mendez, if you'd like to refer back to the agenda and call in at one of the several numbers provided, we'll be in the middle of our discussion, but I'll recognize you at that time. So sorry that you're not able to unmute yourself, but I'd like to move it over to council discussion and leave the floor open to Member Bowders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could staff put up the screen with the 6 questions so I can first just give staff the answers to those items first? Thank you, Sherry. So on the first question, are there any modifications to the initiatives, program, or project goals that are recommended? No, I had the benefit of sitting in, this was a really robust discussion at the Housing Committee. They tackled this issue really well. I want to thank Valerie and Chad and the staff and Christine for all their time and effort. This is a long way coming, but this is a very significant step forward. And I think that this is an excellent plan. It has the flexibility that we need. It also is really clear and consistent with what we told the voters. And so I support the plan without modifications. The second question was, which funding allocation plan does the city council prefer? This is probably the only question that could go either way, in my opinion. But I'm leaning in favor of option 2, in favor of what the Housing Committee said. And I think that option grants the staff just enough flexibility to ensure that we make sure our permanent supportive housing project is competitive for other forms of state funding during the grant process this next cycle, while also ensuring that we don't necessarily deplete the existing non-Measure C housing funds in the city too soon, so we don't have a gap. But I think that generally we should support option 2, and as long as the city manager is authorized to provide a letter of a funding commitment to the applicant for that project, which I understand would probably be a separate agenda item in the future, I just support that. Number 3, the question is the projected timeline for the issuance of bond funds. I would say yes. I would only suggest that in light of option 2, if there is a need to move up slightly the first tranche, issuing the first tranche, just to make those two decisions in consideration with one another, so that we don't have the possibility of we've spent the non-Measure C money out the door on the first project, and that has basically taken us down to 0 in the absence of an issuance, and then we have a housing need come up where we have no funding on hand. So that's the only gap I'm looking to prevent, and I think that as long as staff are flexible about the first tranche, that should be fine. The fourth question is, are there modifications to the performance measures recommended? No, I think they're excellent and I support them completely. Number 5, yes, I recommend the Budget Advisory Committee as the liaison to that one, and the Housing Committee for the past 4 years. I would say that the staff's presentation on what both committees should do is appropriate and reflects what their competencies are. Number 6, are there additional modifications the staff should explore before introducing the plan for approval to council? I don't have any at this time, but I'm interested in hearing what my council colleagues said. But in light of number 6, there were 2 comments I wanted to respond to in response to public comment that I think were requests to make modifications. First, to the comment by Ali Kashari and the folks working at the U.S. Spring property. There is a section in this plan on page 11 of the plan. If you look at the draft plan, there's a section called development opportunities, and that is an opportunity to provide funding in the scope of the plan to projects that are not city owned. So the priority for Measure C was to take care of city obligations. That was redevelopment agency and successor agency owned properties, which staff outlined at the beginning, as well as current investments in affordable housing projects that were already underway here at 3600 and 4300 San Pablo. And so when you look at that along with the programs that were outlined by staff, that is a very cohesive plan on the whole, but that doesn't leave a ton of space for us to then go and prioritize projects that individual developers want to do. And we obviously want to support and encourage developers who may be coming to the city to do things, but I think Mr. Kashari accurately reflected Measure W. There hasn't been a full commitment from the county as to how they will expend that money and what that application process looks like. I've checked with staff. We haven't received anything confirming that yet. And as he noted, he has entitlements for a market rate project at this time. It's great to hear that he's interested in looking at converting that to affordable housing and the options that exist under new state laws for that. But again, those are all hypothetical and theoretical things that are not guaranteed, and the city is not invested in those. So I don't believe that we should make amendments to the plan to accommodate an individual project. I think this plan's goals are good. The last item I would address was the comments about from our friends at Local 713, the Carpenters Union. I have been a firm believer about ensuring that prevailing wage, healthcare benefits, and apprenticeship programs exist for our friends in the trades who help build the Bay Area stronger and better. I think that to take it out one step, what I would actually propose, and I will be asking for at the council meeting tonight when we have future agenda items, I actually think the appropriate way to handle this is not within the scope of Measure C and tying it down to the plan, which could hold the plan up. I think the better thing to do is for the city council to schedule a study session in the coming year to have a discussion about what broad policies the city council may wish to enact for the future development of housing as it relates to ensuring apprenticeship and healthcare opportunities. We already have prevailing wage here in the city for city related projects, but I think there's a couple of things we could discuss as policies to fill in those gaps. And so I'm going to recommend later this evening that we schedule and that for a discussion. And those are my comments.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Member Bowders. Next, let's go to Member Pat.
Thank you. And, I read through this. I am in agreement pretty much across the board. I appreciate the future agenda item. I was having a similar thought on that, but coming around, no modifications. I did like Plan 2 better of the funding allocation. And then everything else, I think I'm pretty much in agreement with. There was one other thing that was in question. No, I like the BEAC. Yep, nope, that was it. Sorry, I'm being succinct.
No, I apologize if I caught you off guard. I can't see all of you right now, so you're one of the few boxes that is visible on my screen because I want to be able to see the questions as well. So I apologize if I caught you off guard.
You did not. I think that's no. I'm in full agreement with the staff. I think I answered all the staff questions, so we are good.
Okay, very good. Okay, next we'll go to Member Medina.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I think that I don't have any modifications to suggest. I applaud the job done by our committees, Member Bowders there. I agree with funding allocation plan number 2 and giving some flexibility on the timeline for issuance as needed. And my one question was just really the having the budget advisory committee as the sole overseer. It is a fantastic committee that is a powerhouse amount of work. It is a small committee that is not particularly diverse. Is there a way to add another position to that? Is it limited to just that committee, or can we add somebody? Can we open up another appointee, perhaps from our housing committee, to join that group?
Is your question for staff, Member Medina?
I think it's for us to discuss. I mean, I think we can choose who's on that committee, right?
I could also just jump in on that, Councilmember Medina. As Valerie presented, the reporting function will go to both the Budget Advisory Committee and the Housing Committee, as the Housing Committee really has jurisdiction over the policy development and guidance. So that annual report that Ms. Bernardo mentioned will go to that Housing Committee as well.
Okay, then that's fine.
Great, thank you. Now I'll recognize Vice Mayor Donahue. Oh, Scott, you're on mute.
I agree that we should do plan number 2, and I appreciate what Member Bowders said about how to approach future city projects as far as training, healthcare, and that kind of looking out for workers in our city as a future agenda item.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor. So my comments are very much identical to all of my colleagues' comments. I support number 1 without any modifications. Number 2, I definitely support option 2. I actually support it strongly because I want to put our CD in a strong position when they are getting their financing, and I know how important it is to have those dollars early. Number 3, I agree with the projected timeline. I don't have any performance measures to suggest. I do agree with designating the Budget Advisory Committee as a bond oversight committee. And I don't have any additional modifications. And I also want to lend my agreement to the response to public comment. I would love to see the Mr. Kashani's site be entitled as a 100% affordable SB 35 project, but I don't think it's appropriate to dedicate these funds to that. But I'd like to see it, and I hope I hope it comes to pass. So I hope that moves forward. And I agree with all of the policy goals in the letter that we received from Carpenters 713, and I do think that deserves a broader discussion, and I will be supporting seeing that on a future agenda. So, did we ever get that public speaker back, Sherry?
I'm just checking.
I'm not seeing him in our attendee room.
No, unfortunately, unless I don't recognize either of those two phone numbers. So unless he's called in.
And if anyone on the line wishes to make public comment, I will allow that at this time. You would just press *9 to raise your hand. And I just want to let folks at home know, and anyone who might be listening, that this item will come back at a regular meeting for us to approve the plan as directed with the direction that we gave tonight. So with that, I'm ready to adjourn this meeting. The time is 7:32 p.m. And Sherry, just let me know if we're ready to move on to the Mesa special meeting.
One moment, please.
I always wondered if I was pronouncing that correctly. Is it Mesa? Mesa?
That's what I say.
I say Mesa, yeah.
Okay, then that's right.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Light, Sherry?
Yeah, all set.
Okay. I'm calling to order the Mesa special meeting. It is still December 15th, 2020, and I'm going to read a brief script about COVID-19 and why we're doing this online. I'd like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided for under the Governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. During the public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states that the public may view the meeting that's being live streamed online and on ETV channel 27 and provide public comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville website at emeryville.org and clicking on Council Agendas and Videos. Once there, you will see a link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the Raise Your Hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda as well as e-notification and on social media. Sherry, do we need to call the roll?
Yes, just quickly. Councilmember Bouders?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Pats?
Here.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. And we've got a short agenda for this meeting tonight. Do I have a motion to approve it as published?
So moved.
Second. Okay, I have a motion from Member Pats, a second from Member Medina. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders? Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Number 4, we have ex parte communications. Does anyone have anything to report for this meeting? Nope, don't see anything. So now's the time for public comment. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. You click to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. At this time, I'll ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via online comment card or whether anyone has raised their hand in Zoom.
There are no online comment cards and no raised hands.
I don't see anyone either. Okay, seeing no additional electronic submittals, the public comment portion of this meeting is closed. And there being no audio comments, public comment is closed completely. And we do have a consent calendar. Does anyone wish to discuss anything on the consent calendar, or do I have a motion?
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Member Bowders, a second by Member Medina. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders,
Aye.
Councilmember Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Pats,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue,
Aye.
and Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And we have no action items tonight, so that adjourns this meeting at 7:37 p.m., which brings us to, we're almost at the main attraction, folks, but we've got one more short meeting. This is the successor agency regular meeting. I'm calling to order this meeting. It is still December 15th, 2020, and the time is 7:37 p.m. Please remember the last script that I wrote regarding the COVID-19 and the Brown Act and why and how we're doing this over teleconference. And let's call the roll for this meeting, please.
Councilmember Bowders, Councilmember
All
Medina,
here.
Councilmember Medina,
Here.
Councilmember Pats,
Present.
Vice Mayor Donahue,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
And I'm still here too. So next up, we've got approval of the final agenda. Do I have a motion and a second?
I move approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Vice Mayor Donahue and a second by Member Pats. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders,
Aye.
Councilmember Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Pats,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue,
Aye.
and Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And just a quick check to see if we have any ex parte communications to report on this meeting. Seeing none, that moves us to public comment. Madam Clerk, has any electronic comments been submitted for this meeting or any hands raised?
Neither.
Okay, thank you. And I can verify that. So that brings us to the consent calendar. If anyone has anything to pull, please do so. Otherwise, I'll accept a motion in a second at this time.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Member Pats, a second from Vice Mayor Donahue. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders,
Aye.
Councilmember Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Pats,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue,
Aye.
and Mayor Martinez.
Aye. That passes unanimously. The consent calendar. And there are no action items, and we are adjourned at 7:39. That was a 2-minute meeting. Is that a record? Probably not. That brings us to our regular city council meeting. This is the main event for anyone who is hanging tough for the regular meeting. So thanks for your patience. We're just a tiny bit behind, but we're going to catch up. So it's, again, 7:39. This is the city council regular meeting. It's still December 15th, 2020. And Sherry, do you think I should read that script again, seeing as how I read it 3 minutes ago?
I think we're good on that and the roll call.
Okay, very good. I love that. Moving. So next up, we've got approval of the final agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make to the agenda, or a motion and a second?
Move the agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Member Medina, a second by Vice Mayor Donahue. Please call the roll, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Bowders,
Aye.
Councilmember Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Pats,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue,
Aye.
and Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And that moves us to special orders of the day. And this is my chance to just kind of set the tone for how the year's going to go with proclamations. I wasn't planning on doing a whole lot of proclamations this year. However, I will always make an exception when it comes to honoring staff. So that's the tone I'm going to set. So I do have one proclamation, and this is the City of Emeryville's proclamation honoring and commending Associate Planner Diana Kina upon her retirement from the Planning Division of the Community Development Department of the City of Emeryville after over 24 years of continuous and outstanding service. And Diana, I see that you've joined us, so this isn't written in the proclamation, but I'm glad that you're here. And I'm guessing that Charlie wrote this because it's quite lengthy and very detailed, and I enjoyed warming up with it. Whereas in November 1996, Diana Kina was hired as an intern in the City of Emeryville Public Works Department, and in June 1997, Diana transitioned to the Planning Division of the Planning and Building Department, which later became the Community Development Department, where she was initially a planning intern and then served as a contract city planner from December 1998 until September 2000. And whereas on September 18th, 2000, Diana was hired as a permanent full-time city planner in the Planning Division, and her title was changed to Associate Planner in May 2004. And whereas, since her initial hiring in November 1996 until her last day on the job, December 30th, 2020, a period of over 24 years, Diana has distinguished herself as a valued public servant in the city of Emeryville. And whereas Diana served as project manager for the North Hollis Urban Design Program, which resulted in the establishment of the NH Zone Overlay District and the construction of the hugely successful Emeryville Greenway. And whereas Diana was also the project manager for the Park Avenue District Plan, which resulted in the PA Zone Overlay District and the beautiful street improvements on Park Avenue west of Hollis. And whereas, most recently, Diana managed the 40th and San Pablo Bus Hub project, which will result in the transformation of 40th Street into an auto-centric arterial, into a multimodal complete street with pedestrian improvements, a cycle track, exclusive bus lanes, and enhanced bus stops. And whereas Diana was the project manager for the Emeryville Marina Master Plan, which included extensive coordination with the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, BCDC, and whereas, following the departure of the General Plan and Zoning Update Project Manager in 2012, Diana took over those responsibilities, which resulted in the adoption of the new planning regulations in 2013. And whereas, Diana has managed numerous other long-range planning projects, including the Stormwater Guidelines for Green Dense Redevelopment, Sustainable Transportation Plan, Emeryville Berkeley Oakland Transit Study, affectionately known as EBOT, Pedestrian and Bicycle Plan Update, Park and Recreation Strategic Plan, and several other iterations of the housing element. And whereas planning regulations and municipal code amendments developed by Diana over the years have included the Noise Ordinance, the Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance, WELO, preservation of significant structures, accessory dwelling units, short-term rentals, bird-safe building design standards, objective development standards, and shared mobility. And whereas, while her primary focus has always been on long-range planning, Diana has also managed to share her share of current development projects, including the entitlement process for Liquid Sugar Housing, Elevation 22 Townhomes, Age Song Assisted Living, Pete's Coffee and Tea Expansion Project, Amorous Pilot Plant, and Emery Go Around Bus Yard, to name a few. And whereas several of Diana's projects have won awards from the American Planning Association, bringing recognition and honor both to her and the city. And whereas Diana's impact on Emeryville can be seen and experienced throughout the city, from the Greenway in the north to Park Avenue in the south to the Marina in the west. And whereas Diana's calm demeanor, professionalism, and camaraderie have instilled a sense of confidence and respect that will be greatly missed, now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Emeryville hereby extends its sincere appreciation to Diana Kina for over 24 years of continuous and honorable service to the City of Emeryville and its citizens, and be it further resolved that as the mayor of the City of Emeryville and on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Emeryville, we extend our good wishes to Diana Kina for the very best in her retirement and future endeavors. Proclaimed this 15th day of December 2020 by the mayor of the City of Emeryville. So I hope we can all applaud Diana right now. And Diana, as you've joined us, can we give you a moment? Do you have any words that you want to share?
Not as many as Charlie did.
Charlie, I'll call on him next. I thought I'd let you go first.
I won't say anything.
I just want to say that it's been a joy to work for such a progressive and environmentally conscious council. Thank you.
That's very nice of you. Thank you, Diana. And Charlie, I'm sure you've got something to say. Well, although that was plenty that we heard. What a great proclamation.
Well, it's been my joy to work with Diana all of these years. She's actually the one remaining member of the Community Development Department who's been with the city longer than I have. So I will now have seniority within the department, I guess. But she was there to greet me when I walked in the door 20 years ago. She made me feel at home. She even sent me some emails before I came to Emeryville to tell me about meetings I had to put on my calendar and things that she was working on, that the department was working on that I ought to know about. So when I got to Emeryville, I felt very well prepared, thanks to Diana. And she's been a very steadfast and loyal and competent employee ever since, and just a joy to work with. And I'm really going to miss her.
I'll miss you
Thank
too.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, I'll miss you, Diana, and you. I hope you'll be coming through Emeryville more than less, because your thumbprints all over the city. And I see Vice Mayor Donahue has some comments to make as well.
I just want to say, Diana, as a community member, way before I considered becoming involved as a council member, you really made the city accessible to me and others for participating. You provided information in a clear way. You were outgoing to the community. Just thank you. Really made a difference for us.
Wow.
Thanks. Are there any other members of staff or council who would like to speak before we close this item? Well, on behalf of all of us, Diana, thank you so much for your service, and I hope to see you around.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's going to move us to item number 5. This is announcement of commission and committee vacancies, and I'll ask the city clerk if she has an announcement to make.
Yes, thank you. This is the last time I'll be announcing these vacancies for this year and before the applications are due. So to review, we have an opening for a resident on the ACTC Paratransit Advisory and Planning Commission with the term ending 2022. We have a business representative on the Budget Advisory Committee with a term ending June 2021. We have a resident on the Commission on Aging with the term ending June 2023, and a large business representative on the Economic Development Advisory Committee with a term ending June of 2022. So these applications, again, are due on Monday, January 4th by 5 p.m., and you will have been able to apply online. And the appointments are scheduled to be made at your city council meeting on Tuesday, February 2nd. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. That brings us to item number 6. Do any council members have any special announcements or reports on meeting attendance? Member Medina.
Yes. So, relevant to our last council discussion, we had an East Bay Economic Development Alliance meeting last week, and we did discuss the CARES Act fund distribution. We received an update. Over 100 Emeryville businesses applied for that funding, and I thanked the East Bay EDA for their staff's tremendous work in turning it around in such a time-sensitive fashion. But even before that meeting, I'd had a one-on-one call with Executive Director Stephen Bader about our council's concerns. And thank you, Chad, for reaching out to them in advance and notifying them that we were a little worried about the equity component. And he agreed and said it was really just a matter of time constraint, that he believed going forward, if there was additional funding, is something he was very interested in, and other metrics he brought up as well. So I brought it up to the larger body and volunteered to be on an ad hoc committee should we have additional funding to distribute in the future to develop recommendations for an equity component.
Great. Any other members have meetings to report or special announcements?
We also have the ILC with AC Transit. I know. John, do you want to do that one? I'll do San Pablo. You can do the left turn. We also met with AC Transit, with our new director for this board, Jean Walsh. Very exciting. And one of the fun things we discussed was that the San Pablo Avenue corridor redesign pilot program project that could add bus lanes and protected bike lanes to Emeryville is slated to be under construction in 2023. It's probably beyond my wildest dreams and deadlines.
Great, and yep. Go ahead.
I'm just going to finish that. She was welcome to do the whole thing, but the city is moving forward in partnership with Caltrans, AC Transit, and ACTC, and as part of the Bay Bridge Forward plan and investment plan that ACTC and MTC have gotten behind. And we are moving forward, and in the coming year, you will hear a lot about the opportunity to redesign the south entrance to I-80/580 from Powell Street. That's currently the ramp from Watergate. We are looking at turning that into a HOV bus only lane, and Caltrans is interested in phase 3 of the project of actually taking the entire shoulder from Emeryville to the bus plaza and converting it into a bus only lane. So there'd be a bus express from Emeryville. So we're very, very excited about that. That's something, that was the reason I walked into AC Transit 3 years ago. And so to get this, like, Allie hears me all the time at these meetings, is it's like my little baby, so very excited about that. And it is moving forward. And so you will be hearing about options for local choices we have to make about how to design that in the coming year.
Great, thank you for that update. I tuned into a Cal OES, that's the Office of Emergency Services call, and we may have approval of the second COVID vaccine as early as Thursday of this week. If that is the case, then we could see another 600,000 first doses of vaccine coming in by the week of Christmas to the state of California. I'm not sure exactly how that impacts our county, but I'm sure we'll be seeing our fair share. I've also just wanted to alert community members to a new app for your phone, either your Apple phone or your Android phone. It's opt-in contact tracing, and frankly, it's what we should have been doing 9 months ago. But you can get more details at canotify.ca.gov to opt into this service, and it uses Bluetooth technology to tell you if you have come into contact with someone who is self-reporting as positive for COVID-19. And next up, I understand we have a big announcement from our city manager and the city manager's report. I want to steal your thunder.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. You certainly could have. Yes, and thank you. Notified the city council and staff earlier today, but want to make this public announcement that we have a new chief of police in the city of Emeryville, a gentleman by the name of Jeff Jennings, who will be joining us from the Bay Area Rapid Transit District. He is currently the deputy chief and has been there since 2014. He has an extensive law enforcement career, including having served as the city of Orinda's police chief, where he developed his love for municipal policing. So we're very looking forward to having him join us. His first day will be December 28th. And I just want to thank all the community members and other folks who participated in the panels, the interview panels. We had an extensive recruitment process, put our candidates through quite a trial, and appreciate everybody's time and insight and wisdom. And just finally want to conclude with just a real note of gratitude for our interim chief, Hank Schroeder, who's been with us for 6 months and has just done such a wonderful job supporting and caring for our Emeryville Police Department. We appreciate him and we want to thank him. I want to thank him publicly for everything he's done for us in this interim period. That's all I've got, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will join you in thanking Chief Schroeder for his candor, for his in-depth knowledge, and for guiding us in the right direction in a very challenging year. Well, we were not only looking for a new chief, but we had other challenges as well. So I see that you're on the line, Chief Schroeder, and I just want to extend a a lot of gratitude to you. Thank you so much. And you're welcome back anytime. Hang out in our meetings. They're online. Why not? That moves us to ex parte communications. Does anyone have anything to report for this meeting in terms of ex parte communications? And I'm seeing none. So now is the time for public comment for the consent agenda and for items not on the agenda. I'll read my little screed. Now is the time for public comment for this meeting. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. And at this time, I will ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via the online comment card or whether anyone has raised their hand in the Zoom meeting.
No speaker cards, and I see no raised hands either.
Okay. Well, seeing no additional electronic submittals, the public comment portion of this meeting is closed. And seeing no audio comments, public comment is closed. We'll move on. So next up, we have the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to pull or discuss? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion and a second on the consent agenda.
I'll move consent.
And I'll second it. So I have a motion from Member Medina and a second from Mayor Martinez. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. So that passes unanimously. We don't have any public hearings tonight, and we will go to our first action item. So this is item 12.1. This is a proposed 2021 state and federal legislative agenda and sustainability committee recommendations for the legislative program. And so I am assuming that we have, there he is, Mr. DeLuca presenting on this item.
Madam Mayor, we're also joined by Andre Ramirez from Townsend, who assists us as well with our legislative program. And I just want to point out that on your agenda this evening is also a committee report from the Sustainability Committee. The committee had some recommendations about additional items of interest for the legislative agenda, and Mr. DeLuca will be prepared to address those as well. So thank you, Nicolo and Andre, for joining us. Turn it over.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I just want to introduce, I'm grateful that Andre's here. We get an email from him virtually every day updating us on what's going on. So it's, mostly to do with COVID and budgets, but those are very important issues that we have to deal with in the city right now. So we appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you. Take it away.
So, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, Nicolo DeLuca from Townsend Public Affairs, it's an honor to be with all of you tonight. It is always so refreshing to see how you all interact, and it's uplifting, so thank you. Madam Mayor, just like what you said, one of the reasons why I wanted Andres to be a participant is so you all could see his face, because you do get his great updates and his great emails. We're really stoked to have him on our team, major asset to the team, and he's going to be very involved in the work we're going to be doing for the city of Emeryville going forward. So I'm not going to get into 2020 because it was such a nightmare of a year. Just kind of some fun data. Typically about 1,200 bills hit the governor's desk. This past year, about 437 hit his desk. So what does that mean? A lot of great proposals got put on hold. A lot of you know that based on some of your past work or other issues. So starting this year, it's the first year of a 2-year session, and we're expecting a tsunami of legislation. On the 4th of this month was the one-day swearing in, and the legislature was adjourned briefly, and so about 168 bills were presented, and now they're on recess, and they'll come back on January 4th. And a lot of what we're expecting this upcoming year is very, very similar to last year. So something to keep in mind are all the really good proposals that we've all been working on, whether it was for housing or homelessness or public safety reform, those are coming back. So we've got bills coming back that were put on hold this session. Certainly, there's going to be the topics of affordable housing, cannabis policy, climate change, of course, COVID recovery, homelessness, housing, public safety reform, wildfire prevention, and then some types of tax reform. We changed the format a little bit this year, and you'll see starting on page 2, going through pages 2 and 3, we put the policy topics in a box. The first portion is the policy priorities, and then underneath that are the funding priorities. So happy to discuss and answer any questions. As the city manager said, obviously merging what came up in your other committee into the official document. And so what we're envisioning is answering some questions, adding a couple more items, and then we'll just finalize that report, send it back, and then it's our playbook going forward. Of course, as you know, we're also extremely flexible. We'll work on anything that you all request, and this is just really to help keep us focused. So with that, we're looking forward to a 2021 on both the state side and the federal side. Also on the federal side, we'll know as it relates to the 2 Senate seats in Georgia, but our DC team is optimistic of some type of earmarks returning. And so that's something that we'll work with the city manager and staff on coming up with some of our priority projects and submitting those. So happy to answer any questions, happy to get into it. And again, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Nicolo. Are there any clarifying questions for our friends at Townsend? I have a question. If earmarks come back, what is the, so we used to have a tradition of having a delegation go out to DC and discuss those earmarks, and that was actually fruitful at times. So what would be the timeline if earmarks were to come back, that we would have to be ready to at least take those meetings with our representatives?
Absolutely, great question. So obviously travel is limited this upcoming year. Our DC team, and we can shoot it off to you, we've got options. One could be virtual meetings, one could be phone calls, Zooms, what have you, whatever really works for you. So here's what we're seeing is we'd like to start thinking about some projects now, hypothetically 3 to 5 projects. Capital is always the best. And in years past, the city's done really well in earmarks, whether it was funding for the Arts Center or for ECCL or others. And so let's start thinking about some projects. We'll know what happens in Georgia at the beginning of the year. President doesn't get sworn in until the end of January. But we would think about the middle of January, we should have a rough idea of what we want to go for, and then work together on paring those down and then submitting those. So essentially, middle of January, we should have our kind of act together, which I don't think will be too hard with you all, have our top 3 to 5 asks, and then work on those.
I'm sure my colleagues will join me in putting the 40th Street redesign up there. Yeah, okay. And if we don't have any clarifying questions, I just wanted to take this to the public and see if we have any online speaker cards submitted or any hands raised on Zoom. Madam City Clerk.
There are no online speaker cards, and I see no raised hands.
Very good. We'll bring this back to council for discussion. Does anyone have any burning ideas that they want to talk about or reconsideration of our priorities? All right. Member Medina, I saw your hand up first.
Don't worry, it's not crypto. I am really curious about, in terms of cannabis policy, I've heard that there's a consideration to reintroduce cannabis tax reform, and I know that the Treasurer's Office is strongly interested. I would like to highlight that as a priority for our city. I think there's a massive economic benefit of dropping down that tax rate, like 11%.
Great questions. So here we go. Here's what we're hearing on cannabis. One is some type of tax simplification. If you really want to get into it, as some of you know, there's the distribution tax, which you pay at the front end, and then you get repaid. There's the discussion of collecting the distributor tax on the retail side in order to make sure it's collected, and that's when cash should be changing hands. There's also discussion about reducing some of the taxes Curious to see where that goes. I say that because they're now beginning to roll out some of the Prop 64 programs. As an example, when 64 was passed, as you'll recall, they talked about, hey, this is a great way to get a funding source to help public safety go after the gray market. Some of those grants are coming along with some of the education grants. So curious to see the overall appetite from the administration about reducing levels of revenue that they're already receiving. But I do know from certain legislators we've talked to, and of course the industry, they'd love to see those rates drop. Along those lines on cannabis, they will be doing some type of consolidation. So right now we've got BCC, Bureau of Cannabis Control, Public Health, Food and Ag. There's a discussion of moving all those agents, all those departments into one agency, and that'd be overseen by probably someone that's already advising the governor on cannabis policy. Miss Lori Ajax just retired. She was actually really helpful to the city. As some of you might recall, a couple of years ago when the city was moving forward on your cannabis program, we had the 600-foot issue based on schools and what have you. The mayor remembers, and Lori was actually really, really helpful, giving us some leeway, but also keeping in mind public safety issues. So Miss Ajax is gone. We're saddened by that, but I think there'll be a new group of leaders coming. So essentially when the governor introduces his budget in January, that's when he'll roll out the cannabis consolidation.
And maybe it's someone from the Bay Area who could be leading that consolidated agency?
Very well. This woman may have roots in, say, San Francisco. One other issue is there's legislation now to extend provisional licenses. I don't think any of your businesses are impacted by that, but essentially gives operators more time to work to get your annual license, more on the cultivation side due to some of the CEQA challenges that growers have had in the more rural parts of the state. But there will be an expansion of the deadline for provisionals.
Thank you. Okay, Member Bowders?
Hi, Broseph. Just wanted to say hi. Not much. I just wanted to say hi. Yeah, I'm not wearing a bow tie today. Sorry. I'm wearing my Four Seasons landscaping shirt. In any event, nice. I just want to flag, I think the mayor said it, but and I don't know if we're going to have time because we don't have a council meeting till like January 19th, Madam City Manager, to agenda a discussion on kind of like having by mid-January like a set of like 3 or 4 priorities. But I would absolutely say 40th Street redesign in terms of a dollar amount, and knowing like earmarking for that would do so much, especially if we were successful in this next year or so. Just what I know what's coming down the pike for ACTC in the next 3 years, like the city either has to put a ton of eggs into that basket, and we could do a lot more other projects with what we will have on the table than if we had to kind of go all after that. And that's something that could leverage money. We could get the state to give some money if the feds gave money. So I just want to really put a shout out for that project in particular being a key top 3 priority for me, at least.
Thank you.
Got it. Member Pats or Vice Mayor Donahue, do you have any comments to add?
Vice Mayor here. I agree with that. Our city is gaining cyclists all the time, and we just need to follow through on that project. We're likely to have even more when eventually the Bay Bridge is set through with a bike and ped lane all the way to the city. We're going to have unbelievable bicycle traffic going down 40th Street. So I just think that's a project we got to pay attention to.
Thank you. And then the issues I wanted to talk about are if the Democratic senators win their races in Georgia, do you think there's going to be any appetite for decriminalizing cannabis or descheduling cannabis at the federal level? And if so, I would like to pipe up and lend our support to that.
You must have been a fly on the wall yesterday evening because Andres and I were talking about that. There's obviously, it got through the House. I think the Senate's supportive, but when it comes to the top 3 or 4 issues, I don't think that cracks the top 3 or 4. However, I don't think that prevents us from a formal letter or weighing in support. But I do know that has been discussed, and we've talked with our DC team, which some of you have seen based on past work or in person or just emails at Laura and Jonathan. They felt that it's a little too early right now for them to tackle that, but not saying that it's not down the road.
Okay. And then on the state front, I've just been thinking a lot lately, well, ever since we've moved into teleconference mode, about Brown Act reform, especially in a city where we're small, but we end up having things happen, like we've got a married couple with young children who each serve on different committees in our city. And I think those are the type of people who benefit from teleconferencing. On the regional boards that I serve on, I have seen an uptick in public comment and public participation. I've been out in public watching members of our own council host trivia, and sitting there with Dave Campbell from East Bay Bike Coalition, and he's sitting in on a meeting while he's sitting next to me and offering his public comment. So I feel like there is more public participation, and not to mention the JPAs that I sit on that are getting broader and broader reach. So we'll have folks in Alameda County and new members in San Joaquin County. And to be able to engage the public in that broad swath of land, I think it's important for us to be able to keep our exercise all of the skills that we've gained in the teleconference land, and make sure that it serves the public and serves those people who are giving their time to serve on these committees and commissions, and give them the ability to participate. So I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting some Brown Act reform. I hear from the League of Cities there may be some interest in them jumping in on that bandwagon as well.
Absolutely, and that's something Andres has been talking to some offices about. Andres, if you want to talk about a little bit, but also where we are in the process too with legislation and what have you.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, a pleasure to be here with you all, Mayor and council members. As it relates to Brown Act reform, like you've said, Mayor, and like Nico referred to, we've heard a lot of chatter in the Capitol in our various discussions with both Assembly and Senate offices. But at this point in time, there's nothing tangible in terms of a concrete proposal or bill introduced during last Monday's organizational session. However, you're also correct in saying that the League of California Cities, along with some other associations like CSAC and CSDA, the California Special Districts Association, and other larger statewide associations, do have an interest in perhaps sponsoring legislation like this. Again, these are all still preliminary conversations, but there seems to be a lot of interest from individual cities, municipalities, local governments, as well as the larger associations as a whole. So I think we'll probably see something in early to mid-January around that. And if not, we can certainly follow up with you all and continue that conversation on how to approach. But I think in early to mid-January, we might be seeing some sort of tangible legislative language coming to fruition.
Great. And unless anyone's got anything to add, go ahead, Member Medina.
Sorry, totally back to my second question. Are there any possible movements in the legislature to do something about Proposition 22 now that it's passed?
Heard some talk, haven't seen anything in writing yet. And just like what Andres was referring to, as you all know, the end of February is bill introduction deadline. So we have heard some talk on Prop 22, what's going to happen, what's that going to look like. I know there's a concern to kind of reintroduce that food fight, but obviously after the November election, kind of everything's on the table. So hearing chatter, haven't seen anything in writing, but we also have a bunch of check-ins with committee staff tomorrow to see what else they're drafting and hearing about.
If my colleagues are supportive, I'd like to add gig economy labor standards or something to that effect as one of our key areas of focus.
I support that.
In particular, anything that would piss off those robber barons.
You look like you want to say something, Nicola.
I had a hard time. You came in and out. My internet connection's not the best, so I'm not totally sure what you said, but I think I definitely got the sense.
She just wants to piss off the robber baron, she said.
That's what I thought you might have said.
Is there, I don't even know how this works, but is there any discussion on just reforming the way that we do propositions in the state of California and not making it like such an incentive for those people gathering signatures to lie to the public about what they're signing?
Do you not think this is a great system, Diane, that you have to do a graduate level of coursework to vote?
I may require a beverage to continue this conversation as someone who does state ballot measures for a living.
This is a trigger warning for Councilmember Bowders.
Sorry.
No, I mean, it's such, you all didn't see it because it was airing more up in Sacramento up here, but towards the end of the session, Senator Hill had his flavored tobacco ban bill. And that's a good piece of legislation, and they're trying to overturn that. And so it was like the last week of session, a lot of votes were still on the table, and they were just running ads ad nauseum. And so my wife doesn't really, not that she doesn't pay attention to what I do, but, we have other things to talk about. So an ad was running, and I was like, hey, honey, what do you think this bill does? She's like, oh my God, this bill puts tobacco, this bill puts tobacco in the hands of kids. This bill's horrible. I was like, it does the exact opposite. And a lot of the kind of spin and what have you, I think we got an overdose of it as Councilmember Bowders. I mean, all the work that you do, it's just, it's almost getting to like felony levels.
It's crazy. I support the mayor's suggestion and request. I absolutely support that we support amending or recommending changes to the way ballot measures are done to reduce the influence of money.
Yeah. And then I don't know, I just wanted to mention one more thing, Nicolo. I don't know that Townsend needs to do anything about this, but just be aware that the city's interests are being represented by Stop Waste in lobbying for delayed implementation of 1383, which is the organics out of landfill bill, just for my colleagues in case you don't remember what that number is. But I don't know that there's anything for Townsend to do on that, but that's something we're kind of tackling on the.
We're actually working on that. We had a check-in call with a handful of advocates that do municipal work today. So we're all like, hey, what are you guys hearing? And as I understand, I think it was the mayors of San Diego and San Jose met with the governor's office recently. So we're trying to understand what happened at that meeting, what the next steps are, how do we engage Cal Recycle. But happy to add that to our agenda because we just started we just joined one of the coalitions today to work on that. And we could talk offline. I know Stop Waste, they've got a good team in place too, and impacts pretty much the whole bay. So.
Yeah, and feel free to reach out to our staff to let you know exactly what would help us.
Okay.
Like I know Christine and I talked about procurement of those organic products. We don't know how that's going to work. So if we get a little more time on an issue like that, then we can figure out where to put tons of compost in our city.
Awesome. I don't want to be remiss. The city clerk, we were chatting about a bill that was signed into law this past year, AB 571 from Assemblymember Mullen. It's at the bottom of page 1 of our report. It establishes default campaign contribution limits for county and city officials. And if you essentially don't take action, you could adopt the state's thresholds of contribution. So obviously it's something for you all to consider or take action on, but that was signed into law and you'll probably be hearing more about that. And I know the clerk's very tuned into a lot of those issues, but just definitely wanted to flag that.
Okay, thank you. So Nicolo, do you feel like you have direction from the council, including tracking of the items as recommended by the Sustainability Committee?
Absolutely. So we'll add that to the formal report. Some of your comments we'll add. We'll work closely with the city manager and her team on once more bills keep coming out to flag the ones that are kind of in the wheelhouse and decide what positions we want to take.
Madam Mayor, if we could ask for a vote of the council to approve the legislative platform as set forth in the memo from TPA with the additions that you discussed regarding state labor standards, recommended changes to ballot measures, cannabis tax reform, delayed implementation of SB 1383.
And I will take the liberty of making that motion with everything Christine Daniel said.
Second.
Do I have a second? I have a second from Member Pats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And thank you very much, Nicolo and Andres, for meeting with us tonight.
Really appreciate it. It's always refreshing seeing all of you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is taking us to item 12.1. This is the resolution of the City Council of Emeryville accepting the annual audit report, which includes the audited basic financial statements and auditor's opinion for the City of Emeryville for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. And Mr. Farmer, you're in the room now. Are you ready to, Madam
Mayor, if I could just interject, I'd like to introduce our new finance director, Brad Farmer. Not all of you have had the opportunity to meet him. He joined us November 30th and was staring down the consolidated annual financial report on his first day. Again, giving thanks to our interim finance director, Bill Zanoni, for helping to finish that. But we do have a presentation from our outside auditor tonight. So Brad, if you'd like to introduce our auditors, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself to the full council as well.
Well, thank you. Christine, excuse me. Mayor and council members, it's my pleasure to be here tonight. I'm happy to introduce Brandon Young from LSL CPAs, and he and his crew did a wonderful job on preparing the CAFR and all the subsequent reports that are there for you. Brandon, would you like to go ahead and start your presentation, please?
Yeah, can everybody hear me? I can't see myself, but okay, I'm getting nods.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. My name is Brandon Young. I'm a partner with LSL CPAs. We are the external auditing firm for the city. I lost track of the years, I think probably 7th or 8th year working with the city. This year obviously was as unexpected as any year we could have ever anticipated. So we did the entire audit remotely this year, similar to this setting. We did a lot of meetings over Zoom, over Teams, a lot of email communication, a lot of scanning. I think I got kicked out. Oh, I'm in, okay. Okay, there I am. Hey, I'm here. I'm real. So I'm in the meeting now. So I lost track of where I was at. Yeah. So we did the audit entirely remote this year. Same as this setting. We started our audit back in I think May this year when we do our interim procedures. The focus this year being a lot. We obviously were put into this environment where everybody was essentially sent home, and the operations of the city need to run, as they would normally. So a lot of focus on making sure that things like invoices and checks being dispersed are still approved properly, and that there are processes and controls in place to make sure that they are those items can't be edited and there's proper levels of review before they get processed. So during May, we do a lot of interviews on getting an understanding of how checks are processed, how cash receipts are processed, how the city is tracking capital asset activity, any grant activity, debt activity, if they're up to date on bank reconciliations, things of that nature. Then after that, we come back in the office during the summer, or in the office, we're back at home, doing our planning procedures. Again, with a focus on how are we going to make sure that the audit goes smooth this year, being that we're all remote, trying to get requests out to the city as soon as we can, since they have a lot of documents to scan and requests to fulfill. We perform our year-end procedures during October, usually is what it is. That's when we're looking at a lot of documents, a lot of checks, a lot of invoices for capital assets. We're testing bank recs. We're confirming cash balances with outside agencies. We're confirming loans with outside loan holders. and making sure that the numbers in the CAFR are supported and verified. After that, there's a 4 to 6 week wrap up process that your previous interim finance director, Bill, was a part of, was incredibly helpful along with his staff. And then Brad came on, I think maybe the last day or two of finalizing the report. So threw us in at the last second. So, and then the reports that you see are kind of the conclusion of all of that work. So I'll go over a couple of them and just some of the letters that you see in your packet. So the first attachment is the attachment 2. What I'm looking at is the actual CAFR. What I want to touch on in there is the opinion letter. So the opinion letter is page 1. It also says independent auditor's report. What this letter is this is probably the primary letter of the audit. What the city has received this year is an unmodified opinion on the audit, meaning the numbers in this document have been tested and verified through analytical procedures, sampling procedures, a lot of inquiry, and that there's nothing we had to modify numbers-wise or disclosure-wise that the city was basically not able to support. So an unmodified opinion is the best opinion that you can receive. Anything other than that, and any longer this letter gets, there's cause for concern. So there's nothing in here substantial to report of cause for concern. The one thing I'd like to point out in this letter, on the second page, there's an area that talks about the required supplementary information, and it references the schedules related to the net pension liability and the net OPEB liability. What that's telling you is that the schedules in the back of the document those are estimates that are calculated by third-party actuaries using a wide variety of assumptions as far as projected investment rate of returns, projected mortality rates, projected retirement rates, COLA adjustments, things like that. And a perfect example is for this year, CalPERS had a target rate of return of 7%. When COVID hit, it went negative to about a negative 2 or 3%, and I think they closed the year about 4%. So what that means for you and every other government agency in the state is that this liability is going to go up the next 3 years, again, with nothing the city really can control. So the pension obviously is a hot topic. It's an issue that is kind of at the forefront of a lot of things. It probably was the biggest issue prior to COVID hitting. And once COVID, I guess, is under control or resolved, then the pension issue is not going to go away, and the number is going to keep growing. So that's what that paragraph is telling you, is that we verify the numbers, that all the actuaries are using the methods they are supposed to calculate it, but we are not the ones calculating it or kind of altering that number. So that's the opinion letter. The next attachment that I wanted to touch on, we audit the measures, Measure B, BB, VRF. I'm not going to go through each one. Those are financial statement and compliance audits. Those, there was no issues to report. They're submitted to ACTC each year, and nothing to report there. We also audit the Child Development Center. Years past, we have had some problems, but last year and year to date, Pedro and the team over there have done a really good job getting things in order. That audit report was standard report, no findings, no issues. Got it done timely with the CAFR, so they've really kind of stepped up their game in the last couple of years to make sure that things are in order. And this year more than ever, when the child care center closed unexpectedly, could have gone off the rails, but things were still in order, and they've been great to work with. The next two letters, let me see what attachment is so you have something to reference. Looks like attachment 9 is the audit communication letter that I'm going to go through. This is a summary letter, kind of summarizing the audit overall. If you'll see a paragraph talking about accounting estimates on the first page, which I kind of just touched on, talking about the pension and OPEB liability. Those are estimated numbers that change each year. Other things that you would see in this letter is if there were any disagreements we had with management performing the audit, either they wouldn't give us documentation to support a number, or we couldn't agree on how to record a transaction. You'd see it in this letter. There's nothing in here that's out of the ordinary standard audit language. If there ever were any issues, this is the letter that you would see it in. On the last page, you'll see some upcoming accounting standards that are going to be implemented. The biggest one coming in a couple of years has to do with leases. For the non-accounting finance world, basically all the leases to date have been treated differently. If it's an operating versus capital lease, moving forward in 2022, they'll all be treated the same. And you'll see kind of some new disclosures and line items on the financial statements in the coming years that will alter how the financials look. And it's 2 years away, but it's something that is fairly impactful to all local governments. The last attachment, which the number is attachment 10, the report on internal control, also referred to sometimes as the gas report or the Yellow Book report, management letter. You hear the terms kind of interchangeable. This letter, government audits require us to obtain an understanding of the city's processes and internal controls as part of the audit. If there was ever a process we came across or a transaction that we had to make a material adjustment, it would be disclosed in this letter as a finding, either as a deficiency or a weakness. There's nothing in this letter this year, and we haven't had very many in the past few years with the city to report. So this is a standard audit letter. If there ever were issues, this would be the letter that would have any audit findings per se. So overall, it was a successful year, even given the circumstances. We got everything done on the same time frame that we typically do. City staff worked very hard to make sure that they got us all the documents. There was a lot of emailing, scanning, phone calls, Zooming, as I'm sure you all are accustomed to these days now too. So happy to get through it. It's been great to work with the city, and if you have any specific questions on the letters or the CAFR itself, I'm happy to answer them.
All right. Do we have any clarifying questions? Oh, Brad, did you want to interject?
Yes, Mayor Martinez. I just wanted to also remind everybody that the CAFR was taken to the Budget Advisory and the Budget and Governance Committees, and they were recommended to move them forward to the full council for approval.
Very good. At this time, are there any questions from City Council? Okay. So this will take us to public comment. Madam City Clerk, has anyone submitted electronic comments to this? And I don't see any hands raised, but do you have anything to read into the record?
Not at this time.
Sherry? Oh, there you are.
Hello. No, there are no comment cards submitted.
Okay, thank you. And I still don't see any hands raised, so we'll bring this back to discussion. I know that Member Bowders and myself had this presentation at the Budget and Governance Committee, and then he had it again probably that same day.
Third time.
This is my third time.
I know. I'm sorry, but it's just
Brandon and I are friends.
Yes.
I just want to thank Brandon and Brad again. They've heard this. Brad for jumping in at the last minute and having to do so much work on such a short notice. And I want to thank all the city staff and the council because it's great to be a member of a city council with such good fiscal practices and good accounting and auditing, verifications and certifications. And there are cities in California and elsewhere across this country that do not do these things well, that misspend money, that do not account for their money properly, that miswire and misspend taxpayer dollars. And I'm proud to be a representative of a city that does not do those things. And so I will, of course, listen to my colleagues, but Madam Mayor, I'll put a motion on the table to approve this resolution.
Thank you. And I will second it, but I still keep it open for comments from my colleagues. Does anyone want to say anything about the CAFR? Member Medina?
I really appreciate the use of our public art awardee at the top of the report. It put me at ease. I thought this was for someone with a liberal arts background at first, and I quickly realized I was wrong again.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Member Pats, did you have something to add?
I just want to say thank you to everybody. It was an excellent job. I really appreciate all the work that went in. I too appreciated the cover as well. But I think it just speaks well that we're able to get these things done in this fashion, even with the changing of the guard 3 times this year. And so I'll just give a special thank you to the city manager for being there through all the changes and making sure we got to where we needed to be. And I appreciate it. So thank you. And welcome aboard, Brad. We're excited to have you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Scott, did you want to add anything?
Well, I just wanted to say, Christine, thank you. It's just, you've really had to do a lot of extra work and come to City Hall and sort people's papers, because often you were the only person there, and that this has gone so well is remarkable. So thank you.
That doesn't go unnoticed, that there were times where Christine was the only person in the building and she was handling everyone's mail. So one of the unforeseen after effects of COVID-19. But I will join my colleagues in thanking staff and LSL for a job well done. It's always pleasing to see that certificate of achievement in the CAFR package. And we're lucky not to have any new council members at this meeting this year, because this is when I know that when you get elected into this office, this is the first thing that drops in your lap. So we've all been through it before, but this is so we know that getting an unmodified opinion is a good thing, and that our staff has done a remarkable job as they have over the years. So there is a motion and a second on the table. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez?
Aye, and I'm sorry, Sherry, I forgot to say that the motion was from Member Bouders and the second was from me, in case you didn't catch that.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Brad. Good night. Thank you, Brandon. That will move us to item 12.3. This is the Economic Development Strategy Annual Implementation Report.
One moment while I bring the participants in.
Very good. Thank you.
We'll have Mr. Smalley presenting on this item tonight, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
And there he is.
Get unmuted. Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this is Chad Smalley, Economic Development and Housing Manager, here to go over the annual implementation report of our economic development strategy. Thank you, Sherry, for, oh, it was there.
It was there and then it was gone. Hang on.
Yeah. Bring my, there we go. Great, thank you very much. Next slide, please. So this is something we do, and I'm sorry, Sherry, you'll have to advance this. There you go. This is something we do every year since the adoption of the city's economic development strategy in 2017. We do this retrospective right around this time of year, November, December, looking back at the prior year as a check-in to see what we've done. And this year, I have to admit, I came at this with some trepidation because 2020 has not been a normal year. And as you might expect, right, nobody could expect what has happened in terms of the pandemic. And so certainly the strategy at first blush doesn't seem well adapted to that. But actually, as I dug into it, there are some things that significantly that represent the activities that we've taken over this year as in response to the pandemic that do align with the strategy. And so I would like to just hit those highlights quickly for you in this presentation. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, it was adopted in 2017, and the overarching theme is to maintain and enhance our economic status by leveraging our competitive advantage as a city of art and innovation. Next slide, please. And so we'll start with, here I've included some of these general, very high level metrics. This year, I've included a few other cities as peers in Oakland and Berkeley at the request of the Economic Development Advisory Committee, which reviewed this report last month. And then there's not a whole lot of surprises in here, but what you'll see is that retail vacancies are heading up as of the last quarter, which is what I have this data for. Ours are lower still in terms of in relative to our peers. However, it's notable that our vacancy percentage rate is a very volatile number because our denominator is pretty small. A 50,000 square foot swing in these numbers can move it a percentage point pretty easily. It's maybe more instructive to look at rents because that is smoothed out because it's per square foot per month. Our rents remain higher than our peers, and in these charts, so just by way of reminder, the East Bay represents all of Alameda and Contra Costa County combined. So our rents remain high, relatively speaking, but we're seeing them soften. in recent months. Next slide, please. When we turn to office, it's even more pronounced. The vacancy rate has gone up. Again, small denominator, numbers can move quickly here. It's notable that this chart does not include life sciences buildings, generally speaking. So we're seeing a lot of strength in that marketplace, but as we all know, there's a lot of folks working from home at this point, and there's a lot of folks that are right sizing their offices. In rents, that's reflected by a leveling off of prices. Again, still higher than our neighboring cities, but definitely leveling off, and you can see the trend. Next slide, please. Sales tax receipts, here's no surprise, and here's where the numbers get scary. You're all familiar with this, but this reflects the shutdown, and this is only local businesses in these figures. So it doesn't count our share of the pool that comes from online sales tax. This is just reflective of what's actually transacting here in the city. And you can see a precipitous decline reflecting the shutdowns in 2020. And then, of course, the story we all know that there's a ton of unemployment. This is of Emeryville residents. And this actually reflects something lower than the peak because the numbers are coming back. But at one point, the numbers peaked above 10% unemployment of Emeryville residents. Next slide, please. So with all of that, well, what were we doing in terms of the strategy during that time? Our strategy is very wide ranging, and it includes these topical areas, and I'm just going to only highlight the biggest highlights of each, but it ranges, far beyond those activities that are traditionally considered economic development sort of core activities. One of those is in infrastructure and transportation. In parking management, this was and continues to be a huge accomplishment and huge policy endeavor to roll out. Over the last year, we awarded a $3.2 million contract for equipment and services to implement paid parking in certain areas of the city, and that is set to be implemented in early 21. We eliminated the parking minimums to support bike and walk initiatives. And as you know, the South Bayfront will be swinging into place shortly. And as was earlier mentioned, thanks to all the work from Diana, the 40th San Pablo bike ped improvements and bus hub work has continued to advance through design and represents another significant future investment in biking and walking in the city. Next slide, please. In the area of marketing and promotions, this was the most sort of interesting thing to look at in terms of the pandemic, because does it make a lot of sense to be buying ads or spending money on promoting the city when we're in the midst of a pandemic? And the answer is probably not. But when you look at the actions in there, we essentially did execute on these items, and we repositioned them to be responsive to the pandemic. We sent alert emails and web resources. I continue to do that to over 400 businesses in town. We provided a ton of one-to-one assistance with permitting, relief, sometimes frankly just being a shoulder to cry on, not literally because we're socially distanced, but nearly 100 businesses have been provided one-to-one assistance, like really intensive one-to-one assistance over the past year. We worked with the recovery grants, one as a result of the civil unrest in May, and the other most recently to match up with the Alameda County CARES Grant Act to help the businesses out. We expanded our rebate program to allow rebates of cabaret permits and sign permit fees, and included bars in the business license fee rebate program. We established an ordinance to delivery fee limits for the Ubers and the Grubhubs and folks that were charging exorbitant fees, and established eviction moratorium and restaurant rent repayment ordinances to support those small businesses. In terms of marketing, virtual events and boning up on social media, we supported with the help of U.S. Digital Response, the Celebration of the Arts becoming a virtual event to try to bring some sense of normalcy to our calendar and to support a very important event. And then the Arts Center, the LDDA was approved in September. And that was a huge milestone for that project, which sits within this area of the plan. Next slide, please. In community advancement, likewise, there's been a ton of work because this is where the affordable housing initiatives live and where the support programs that relate to support our lower income residents live in the economic development. And you just earlier today So the Affordable Housing Bond Expenditure Plan, an extraordinary document, and I can take the time here because I didn't have an opportunity to earlier to really commend Valerie for her work on this. It's a breathtaking plan in the sense that it's an incredible investment in affordable housing in the city. And with that plan now on its way towards approval, we will see the results of that in the coming years and really execution on this area of the economic development strategy. We selected the developer for 4300 San Pablo Avenue for the intergenerational senior housing project and are working towards that project. The 3600 San Pablo Avenue project you heard about at the study session was fully entitled and is ready to go pending funding. And the COVID-19 residential relief program stood up again by Valerie to provide over $395,000 in response to 204 applications for folks to help them stay housed during the pandemic. Eviction moratoria, rent repayment ordinances, you're all familiar with these, all as a result of the pandemic to keep people housed. And in our labor standards program, they conducted over 30 site visits this year. And in addition to dealing what they normally deal with the minimum wage and fair work week standards, they also took the opportunity to share information and encourage compliance with the pandemic related CDC and the county recommendations for workplace safety. We developed a online training program that will be posted very shortly in 2 languages to help both workers and employers understand how to comply with the city's sometimes complex labor standards. Next slide, please. Then finally, in network building, this was probably this was the area where we really felt the impact of the pandemic. The much beloved BizNexus networking event series obviously couldn't occur over the course of this year. But we were able to participate, and I know some of the council members were in here in the East Bay Innovation Awards, where the city did very well with its nominees. We also have participated frequently and continue to participate in weekly calls with the East Bay EDA, my counterparts across Alameda and Contra Costa counties, the Bay Area Urban Manufacturing Initiative, and the Alameda County Health and the economic development directors in Alameda County specifically about COVID-19 issues, relief, regulations, information sharing, what we're all doing in each other's cities and best practices, and it's been extraordinarily helpful. And so this networking across the region has been of great help to the city. And finally, we continue to, and this has been interesting, we continue to provide site selection assistance to businesses interested and located in Emeryville. That has continued really at an astounding pace given the circumstances. We continue to field a lot of calls from cannabis businesses, from life science businesses. We've got a few even new restaurants opening, and we continue to provide that assistance to help get those folks into Emeryville and up and operating. Next slide, please. And that's it. So this is meant to be sort of a whirlwind highlight of what we've done in terms of the economic development strategy over the past year. And it's been a very different kind of year where we're constantly adapting to and reacting to rapidly changing circumstances. I'm proud of what the city's been able to accomplish in this space, despite the difficulties, and I hear a lot of appreciation from the business community for it. And we'll continue. And I'm just so thankful that, it's starting to look like we're actually rounding the turn at this point, and we're seeing vaccines being distributed. So I'm hopeful that 2021 is a different kind of report yet, and is really talking about what we've done to best position ourselves in recovery. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Chad. Any clarifying questions from council? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This is listed as an action item, so I'm going to ask our city clerk if anyone has submitted electronic comment, or if anyone has indicated that they wish to speak at public comment on this item.
I have no comment cards at this time.
I don't see any hands raised, so I'll bring this back to council. And I just want to take this opportunity to speak first, if you'll indulge me, because I want to thank staff for the work that they've done this year. Most notably, the moment that sticks out to me in economic development is when we had some severe social unrest in the city, which was warranted. But there was a certain Sunday morning where I saw every member of city council out, and I know that staff was out as well. Chad, I heard you were involved in distributing some plywood to businesses that were not able to obtain it for themselves to fix up broken windows. And staff was deeply involved in being able to pivot and take funding that we intended to help small businesses and turn that around so that we could help folks with their very immediate needs, including replacing cash registers, replacing windows, things that were right in front of them when their businesses were harmed. So I just want to express my gratitude. And with that, we'll bring the discussion to other council members if you have anything to say before we accept this report. Member Bowders?
I would just agree with the mayor in thanking all the staff and Chad. And I would add to what I think the mayor said, aptly. I would say, beyond that, the flexibility of staff when, council members come forward with ideas for how to solve challenges that are coming really unexpectedly. One of those being the COVID crisis and flexibility around the disaster funds that we've earmarked and making those available. It was listed down there, $395,000 in rental assistance. I received regular emails from people who had applied, and I know staff worked with me in helping some of those individuals and connecting them with BACs. And so to me, yes, there's all this work that we do economically for the business community. And I think staff Chad's just done an amazing job as a liaison to that community for us. But I just also want to give a shout out to the other staff in community development, Valerie and Charlie and everybody else there who played a role in kind of helping us do the things we needed to do as a council, because keeping people housed, that 10% unemployment peak we hit, I mean, that was a very scary place for a lot of people. And just as someone who's worked in housing justice for so many years, I can only imagine how a lot of people felt. And so we gave a lot of people not just assurance, but a lifeline. And I'm grateful to all our staff for helping make that happen.
Member Medina?
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to echo the comments from the fellow council members and say a job well done in a really tough time. I think the fact that over 2/3 of eligible businesses in a really tight turnaround applied for that CARES Act funding through EDA is a testament to the excellent lines of communication that our staff has built with these businesses. They check the emails that you send them because the emails you send them are important, and they know there's good information for them in there, and they feel like you're there to help them. That's the only reason we've been able to get such a solid response out of our businesses to take advantage of these programs as we offer them. So I think just as important as the policy decisions we make here are, is the implementation, and you're doing an amazing job.
Okay, do we have any other input? Okay, barring that, do we need a motion on this to accept?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, we don't have a resolution or anything. So staff, consider this report accepted. And thank you for all of your hard work, Chad, and everyone else.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. That will move us on to the big event of the night. This is item 12.4, consideration of eliminating criminal penalties for violations of the Emeryville Municipal Code. And I'll just say at the onset of this, before we have our presentation, that this, depending on how deeply council wishes to go into each piece of the municipal code, this could take a long time. So I'm not opposed to breaking this up. If we don't finish tonight, we can continue this to another meeting. Or if there are different ways we could do this, we could address the code in groups, or we could go through every single item as the council wishes. But just wanted to put that out there that I'm flexible. And it's only 8:55, and well, not long ago, we used to have meetings till 11 or past then, maybe before this council. But I will turn it over to Andrea for the presentation. And thank you, Andrea, for all of the work that you did on the staff report. I know it was a huge endeavor to create that grid, but it's exactly what I needed as someone diving into this topic. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Good evening, members of the council as well. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I have a short presentation for you this evening. And so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So tonight we're looking at the consideration of eliminating criminal penalties for violations of the Emeryville Municipal Code.
Excuse me, Andrea, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's not showing here in the council chambers. So let me just stop you for a moment. I've allowed you to share and everybody else can see it on the meeting, but it's not showing up here for some reason.
So it's not showing on the broadcast either, Sherry?
Correct. And otherwise it wouldn't matter.
Sherry, if it makes it easier, I did save it to the N drive.
Yes, I can bring it up that way.
Okay. Okay. So can everybody see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. This is a short presentation really to help facilitate tonight's conversation. And just a refresher as to how we got here. The discussion on this began in July, but our most recent meeting was in September. And at that meeting, we went over the different code enforcement tools, which is civil, administrative, and criminal. And when I say criminal penalty, it's referring to either a misdemeanor penalty or an infraction penalty. And at that September 15th meeting, the council gave direction to staff. And the main direction was to bring back a chart that identified all the criminal penalties for violations of the Emeryville Municipal Code. And also, City Council was interested in what staff's recommendation was regarding criminal penalties. Next slide, please. And so here is a screenshot of the chart, just to help walk you through what the different columns are. At the end of the presentation, I can share my screen and bring up a Word version, so that may help council as they do their deliberation. So the first three columns on the left, titled EMC title, EMC chapter and section, and EMC description, that's letting you know that chapter 1 of title 3 is called business taxes. And then when you go over to the fourth column that says EMC criminal penalty, that's letting you know whether the business taxes section is subject to a misdemeanor penalty, an infraction penalty, or both. If a section is not subject to any criminal penalty, then it's not on this chart. And the way we arrived at identifying sections that were subject to either an infraction or misdemeanor penalty was there is that section in Title 1 where it's the table that the council has referred to in the past, where it lists a bunch of sections in the municipal code that are subject to either a misdemeanor or infraction. So it was that area in the municipal code that informed the bulk of this chart. However, I also did a search of the entire municipal code for misdemeanor and infraction, and that identified some other sections that were subject to a criminal penalty via a different municipal code section. So that's how we've identified what is subject to a criminal penalty. And then going on to the fifth column, we have permit, license, or registration required by the municipal code. This was not information that the city council requested, but this was information that staff considered in its recommendation, as it helps to us to evaluate how effective administrative enforcement might be. And so, since we were collecting the data for our own analysis, we included it in this chart in case the council finds it helpful. And then the sixth column here is what our actual recommendation is. And each recommendation is, we try to be pretty standard, and I will go through what each of those recommendations means in the next few slides. And then finally, the last column was just for people to take notes. Thought that might be helpful. So next slide, please, Sherry. So the first staff recommendation that I'll go over is whether we've recommended that the misdemeanor penalty be maintained. And there are two instances when we have recommended that a misdemeanor penalty be maintained. The first is if the violation would result in severe environmental harm. And the second is there were a group of regulations that are intended to reduce the likelihood of violence or fraud. And so that was the other instance when staff would recommend maintaining the misdemeanor penalty. Next slide, please. Just real quick on the misdemeanor penalty slide. I just want to make it clear that there is no state law that requires the city to maintain the misdemeanor penalty. So if the council wants to eliminate it completely, it can. Staff just recommended maintaining it for the reasons I had just described. So next slide, please. Thank you, Sherry. For the infraction penalty, staff has recommended this in two different instances. First, if a person could evade enforcement unless the city could demand identification right away, then staff recommended the infraction penalty. The second is if swift enforcement was required to protect life and safety. And this second situation arises primarily in the context of building and fire codes. Although building and fire codes primarily regulate the structures, they do also regulate conduct, such as a stop work order or ordering somebody to vacate a structure. And so in instances like that, an infraction penalty could be useful in facilitating prompt compliance. Next slide, please. So there are some additional staff recommendations throughout the chart, and I think they are fairly self-explanatory, but I'll go over them here briefly. The first is eliminate the criminal penalty. Staff made this recommendation when we thought that the administrative enforcement is effective or could be effective. The second recommendation is repeal. We're recommending that either because it's duplicative of state law or because it may be unenforceable. It's old regulation on the books, basically. And then last, there are a few instances when further review is recommended. It's either because in reviewing it, we thought we need to do a more substantive review, and so let's just flag that for later. And then there is one section where we recommended that it be referred to committee for further study. Next slide, please. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. Like I said, I can bring up the chart for the council to walk them through each line item as the council begins its deliberations. But for now, we're available for questions in developing the staff report, City Attorney's Office conferred with fire, police, and building, and of course the City Manager's Office. So,
does council have any clarifying questions for staff before I take public comment? Okay, I don't see any. So at this time, I will ask our city clerk if anyone has submitted electronic comment.
No, I have no electronic comments.
I actually don't see any members of the public who are not related to our staff in the attendees. So I'll bring this back to the council for discussion. And if you guys are all right with it, we'll have Andrea share her screen. And then Sherry, just confirm whether or not you can see Andrea's Word document, because I think the most efficient way to do this is if Andrea is able to take notes.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you know if it shows up for me here.
Can you see it now?
I'm going to try something, hopefully. Oh, do you want to?
So the panelists can see it.
Yes, but if I can't see it here, then the public won't see it, and it won't be on the recording.
Sherry, you might want to try at the top where it says you're viewing Andrea's screen to go to the view options and see if that changes for you as the host. On the top of the Zoom screen, do you have that feature?
I don't have that option, so let me. The only other thing I'm thinking is that I could make her the host. Let me try that.
Or you can make her a co-host. Oh, there you go.
Well, I had already made her the co-host. Now you're the host. Are you sharing right now?
I am sharing. Do you want me to restart the share?
Sure.
All right. Can you guys see it?
Panelists can see it.
And I cannot. I apologize.
No problem. Yeah, and do you want to check in with Dave?
Oh, he won't be able to help me, I don't think. Does anybody need a 2-minute break?
I was just going to suggest that let's take a 2-minute break to stretch it out for council, and we will reconvene at 9:10 and give you a little time to figure this out without all of us watching you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
how would I?
Do you see my?
I can see your files. Don't see the opened document yet. I just want to offer to my fellow council members is if anyone has any overarching comments that they'd like to make before we start talking about the titles, chapters, and sections of our municipal code. And I want to recognize Member Bowders at this time.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple opening things about like ways to consider this. First, I want to thank Andrea. This is fantastic. This was a lot of work, and I know that. And this is extremely comprehensive, and I just want to appreciate you out of the gate for that. I think unless people are opposed, I mean, I don't know if everybody went and reviewed these. I did, and if nobody objects to the eliminate criminal penalty and repeal sections, I think we should just kind of like as a category say those are taken care of, because unless people really want to keep a criminal penalty for one of those, which didn't make a lot of sense to me, but if you did, I think we could like take, it's almost half the list can just become non-discussion items. And then I did want to say the only other thing I would say, I have this chart at home on my desktop right now, and I've made notes of about another of the remaining half or so. About 2/3 of that section are actually things that I think are linked to a code enforcement officer. So the staff, I think, are, and I won't speak for staff, but I think one of the reasons when you look at that permit licensing thing, one of the reasons a lot of these remained on the list as retain the infraction is because in the absence of it, there isn't a staff person right now who has the ability to do the administrative citation. It would basically be the city manager having to administratively cite. And we've had as a council priority a code enforcement officer, and Measure F allowed for a code enforcement officer. We haven't had the discussion about Measure F. So I would actually suggest that just something to consider as we get to these ones that say maintain infraction. I actually think we could make a category of that group that says this could become eliminate criminal penalty, or eliminate criminal penalty as it's categorized, but like create a table of those and say we want to carry that over to the discussion, because I actually think there's a link between doing the Measure F choices and that discussion in the spring with potentially actually taking a lot of these things off of police department plate and keeping it out of the business of the city administrator office and giving it to a code enforcement officer. And that leaves just a very small list of things that are actual policy items, which I'm sure we have disagreements and opinions on. So that was my thought, but I just wanted to share that at the outset since you invited it.
Thank you. If anyone else on council wishes to have any opening comments, please go ahead and just pipe up because I can't see you while the screen's being shared. So,
yeah, I just, Andrea, I wanted to also recognize and thank you for this phenomenal matrix that taught me so many fun words, like what a datum plane is. And I know you said this in the last meeting, and I cannot find my notes. How many citations a year do we give out that aren't parking related?
I think for 2019, it was less than 15. If you give me a minute, I can find it.
It was about 10, Andrea.
Okay.
Okay, so like comprehensively, this is not like a huge amount of the police department's like day-to-day work, right?
That would be correct for non-parking.
Thank you. Just wanted to kind of get a sense of the scope that we're talking about. Thank you again for putting this together. It must have been a real beast of a job.
Member Pats, Member Donahue, any opening comments?
Just to say thank you for putting this together. I really appreciated the categorization, and I've been looking at this for a while. I've generated a similar list, and they matched up almost perfectly. So thank you.
My comment is maybe a humorous note. After I think I was 18 or 19, I wanted my security deposit back from the landlord after really cleaning out the place that I rented. And the landlord wouldn't give me back the security deposit. I called the police. I've been robbed, and described the landlord. And needless to say, I had an introduction into, I suspected I wouldn't get anywhere, but, there's just all this side of our agreements, our social agreements with our culture, and so much of it requires goodwill, but, it's just inevitable that there is going to have to be some enforcement somewhere down the road.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to address Member Bowders' first suggestion, which is to just automatically eliminate criminal penalties where that is the staff recommendation. And I can see Vice Mayor Donahue, Member Medina, and Member Pats, if I could get a thumbs up or a yes if you wish to do that. And please, if you don't want to do that, please go ahead and say so right now. Otherwise, I think that will help staff to whittle down what we're asking them to do. And I'm getting affirmation that that is what we want to do. We're going to get rid of those criminal penalties all in one swoop. So my suggestion is just to go down this list so we can give direction to Andrea in an orderly fashion. So the next item that I see up is EMC Title 4 Sub 1, which is the bicycle infraction, which the staff recommendation is to refer to committee. Does anyone have any objection to that? I'm not hearing any objections.
Can I ask which committee? Are we talking transportation committee?
Andrea, did you have an idea of transportation committee, or did you want it to go to bike ped first for any reason?
I think I would actually defer to the city manager on that one as to which committee she thought would be appropriate to handle the issues that were discussed.
I think this is already related to something that's in front of the transportation committee, so that is where I would send this one.
Thanks. Yeah, I noticed it's quite a bulky section that goes from, we're supposed to have have licenses for bikes and motor vehicles in lanes, and so that really ties into what we were talking about transpo. So I'd love to discuss it further there if Councilmember Bowders is amenable to talking with me about it there.
I think that's a great idea. Let's do that.
Great, appreciate that. Okay, so that takes us to item 4, EMC Title 4, Sub 2. That's emergency plans, currently a misdemeanor, and the staff recommendation is to maintain the misdemeanor. And I'm hoping Andrea could just explain that further.
Yeah, so it is under this section where the city manager would get to adopt regulations in the event of an emergency. It is also the same section where the city council would be able to adopt regulations in the event of an emergency. And the one thing we've learned in 2020 is that we really cannot anticipate what the emergencies may be. And so we were reluctant to take away the misdemeanor penalty in case there was some sort of emergency where that was the best tool to protect health and safety. And our recommendation is to make it explicit that it's subject to infraction penalty, just so that, you know, it's clear that it's not misdemeanor or nothing, that there's a midway point as well. And so it's really just we can't necessarily know every single emergency the city's going to face.
Okay, are there any comments from council? And please just go ahead and pipe up if you do, because I can't see all of you.
I defer to the city manager and the city attorney on this one. I have a handful where I am deferential to administrative preference.
Yeah, same.
Scott? Okay. So we're deferring to staff on this one. Okay, so the next one is fire code. And the staff recommendation is to maintain the infraction penalty. Does anyone want to comment on this one?
I would like to put this in a category called linked to code enforcement. If we had a code enforcement officer, this actually would be something that the fire code would be something that a code enforcement officer would inspect and review, and they would be able to administratively cite, and it would not require issuing a criminal ticket.
Okay, and then Member Bowders, do you imagine that we would move forward to a meeting in the future where we would discuss all of these?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly. I'm basically saying I in my mind there's a list of these things, and some of the subsequent chapters near the end, there's like 10 of them in a row that are all very clearly building code issues. Yeah. And I think that they're more appropriately discussed in the context of if we have a code enforcement officer, which has been a city goal and a priority, and we're one of the only cities in the East Bay that doesn't, and that person could do a list of things that currently is being kind of shelved between Public Works and the city attorney's office and the planning department and the city administrators. Like if we actually make that choice, which we haven't discussed, and so I recognize that, but I think if we were to take this bank of items that I think better apply to a code enforcement space, we can just table deciding whether we need to maintain an infraction. Because I think this goes to Andrea's slide about we maintained an infraction where it would be difficult to enforce because of the evasion of something or the time sensitive nature of encountering the situation. Right. And so this is just one of those items where when you find a fire code infraction, the building code inspector could go out and just deal with it.
Okay, so
if I could just address that.
Yeah.
Actually, Councilmember Bowders, I would just offer an alternate perspective on that, which is that oddly, the fire code and the building code are the two codes in which we actually have enforcement personnel. We have a fire code inspector by way of our contract with Alameda County Fire Department, who is assigned to Emeryville, who does the inspections and actually enforces the fire code. And with regard to building inspections, we have building inspectors. So oddly, those are actually the two codes where we actually do have some staff support for those functions. So I just offer that as a piece of information.
As a question through the mayor, is the fire inspector then who does this particular item? I guess what you're telling me is all the planning regulations are the ones that don't have a code enforcement person specific. I mean, we have a building code person, but that person doesn't go out and do proactive code enforcement on these issues. It's really a complaint-based process right now, right? So I guess my question is, for this example, is the fire code inspector, under the way we've written our administrative citation rules, simply not empowered or able to make an administrative citation? Their only option is to request something that becomes an infraction? Is it literally?
Response to that.
I'm sorry.
I think Andrea has a response to that.
Oh.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So the reason why we're recommending maintaining the infraction penalty for the fire code is that the fire code also prescribes standards for conduct. So there are some regulations that relate to arson that in our conference with Alameda County Fire, they felt strongly that there should still be an infraction penalty for those. And also, if you do a stop work order or a vacate the building, that would be an instance where it may be effective to use an infraction penalty if the person is not abiding by the order. With an administrative citation, all you can do is cite the person, but you don't really have mechanisms to remove them from the situation, where an infraction penalty can give the tools that the police may need to remove the person. And so that's why it was recommended to maintain the infraction penalty.
So in this,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to, in this particular example then, because this is going to come up with a lot of my things, then my question just becomes, do we need, and maybe the fire code isn't the best example given the unique circumstances I think you described adequately, but like in a lot of these cases where you've recommended maintaining the infraction penalty, you know, one of the problems with criminalization of local codes is everybody feels like in all instances we need to have that ability, that hammer to arrest people and take them out, right? That ability to detain someone or remove someone. And I guess the question I just have is, aren't there adequate existing state laws that there's so much police power given for all kinds of other circumstances? I mean, it's just like you can charge somebody with a dozen different things. You can hang a dozen things over a person's head, right? For a dozen different reasons for the same set of facts, because the law is so duplicitous. And I just wonder why why a statement from our values as a city, why we have to have municipal code that does that when we have all this existing state law. There's a lot of provisions here, like the gambling section of the code. A lot of our code literally says, you know, pursuant to section 186 of the penal code. Like, why do we need a code that does what section 186 of the penal code does, right? And so I don't know all the details to this specific item here that you're mentioning, but for a lot of these, there's actually existing police power in state law, and I don't know why we need to have additional municipal law to do those things. That's the issue I have.
And does the city attorney's office have an answer to that question, or is this something that would require more research?
I would think for each code, the response to your question may differ, because what we did was we did go line by line and consider each one on its own. For the fire code, and this is somewhat true also for the building codes, because they prescribe conduct, stop your work or vacate the building. And what happens is when you make those orders, you then have to attach the other building codes, you know, that you have to have your fire alarm up, or you have to do work with a permit, and you have to attach those codes to the stop work order and the vacate. And so that's why we've ended up saying maintain the infraction penalty for the entire of the fire code. But the reality is that if somebody hasn't built something to code, then the preference is to use the administrative enforcement process, because what you want is the building to comply with the code, and that's the best process for that. But if you have somebody who is violating the stop work order or the vacate order, you want compliance immediately, because there's a safety issue there. And that's where the infraction penalty can become useful. If you recall, going back to our study session in September, we had given an example about a code enforcement issue at 6701 Shell Mound Street. And one of the instances was that if individuals were not going to vacate the building, the police had two options. They could arrest them for trespass, or they could have cited in an infraction citation for violation of the building official's order. And the infraction citation would have accomplished the same goal of getting the person to leave without kicking it up to the misdemeanor level and everything that goes with that. And ultimately, they didn't even have to issue any citations because they were able to get people to leave by pairing them up with services. So that's the reason why we're looking to maintain this infraction penalty. I don't think we've issued an infraction penalty for a fire code violation since we've been here, since I've been here, but it's helpful to have that tool in case we do need it. And also, Alameda County Fire did say that there's conduct regulations related to arson that, given the recent history in Emeryville, that they felt was important to make those subject to the infraction penalty.
Andrea, do you have an answer as to whether, how far the state fire code goes and what their penalties might be for these same issues?
So what happens is the fire code here is actually the state's fire code. So the state puts out its fire code, and then we have to adopt it locally. And we can make certain changes to it. So for example, the administrative provisions, how we carry out enforcement, that's within our local control, and we can make changes to that provisions. But otherwise, the standard for your smoke alarm, for sprinklers, that is all standard. And
so the penalties, in other words, are local control. I'd like to open this up to the other council members if they have comments one way or the other, because they're, Member Bowders is presenting a different way of looking at this than staff is recommending. So I'd love to hear from other folks as well. And we could earmark this to come back to at a future meeting too, if we're not ready to make a decision one way or the other on these items that have something to do with health and safety and an immediate need to get compliance. Member Pats, I see you unmuted.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I like here, or one of the thoughts I had, was maybe we turf this to the Public Safety Committee so that police and fire can make their argument, and we can really look at whether or not there is that overlap. Because I agree with Member Bowders, if it's already that there's, you can look at it from many different angles and charge in many different ways. I think it's even a lawful order from an officer is a misdemeanor. So that's there. But this way, I feel like Andrea is speaking for the public safety workers who have informed her. Why not let Scott and I hear it from the horse's mouth, and then come back and sort of say, hey, this is what the Public Safety Committee is recommending, and come back and have that conversation at a later meeting, so that we have a more informed process on those. That's my thought. I'm curious to hear what Member Bowders has to say.
I support Member Pat's suggestion, and I think, listen, I probably picked the wrong one to raise this on, because the fire code is a specific state code, just like the building code, and a lot of these other ones aren't. And so we don't write the state building code. The state building code is approved by the state and it's given to us, and that's our building code. So there are, that was one of the things I raised in the September meeting, was asking staff to identify which ones are just like they're fed to us, right? And so if this is fed, I heard Andrea say we have some control over some of the enforcement mechanisms, and so I agree with Member Pats. Let the committee discuss that a little further. I think this maybe begs a different question for me, which is, I'm happy to hear that we work to use the least affrontive or the least penal approach to addressing a situation. We raised 6701 shell mount as an example. It may just be that for some of these ones that are a little harder, where for conduct reasons, I think Andrea is correct. There are some conduct situations, there's several further down in this code list, that require kind of like needing to have the ability to remove a person for health, safety, and welfare. Those are the real reasons why the code should exist in any capacity. And these other things to me are not necessary. But for that, it may just be that we actually enact an ordinance that's a policy that says, in any situation where the Emeryville Municipal Code allows for the issuance of an infraction or a misdemeanor, all efforts, it'll be the policy of the city of Emeryville's enforcement personnel to use all reasonable means necessary to resolve the situation in a non-punitive manner, be it through the citation process or other non-criminal means. So that just because we have it there, and I'm not attributing anything to our staff. I think our staff do a great job in hearing that we've had 10 citations, right? I mean, thanks to Councilmember Medina for raising that. Like, this isn't like this existing problem today, but I work in a world where people pass these laws way back when, and they don't think anything of it. And then 10 years later, they're used as a pretense to beat up Black and brown people, arrest Black and brown people, criminalize them, punish people who are homeless. It's just like I often joke, like there's this long talk about, oh, well, just another tool in the tool belt. I really actually hate that line, because they're literally driving around entire garages of tool chests. I mean, the amount of tools, like if you're going to have that many tools in your tool belt, you should retire some, because you don't need every freaking thing available. And the criminal code and municipal codes have been weaponized to give, like, basically law enforcement unfettered ability to just stop, detain, arrest, and punish people. And we should, as a reflection of our values, we should be looking critically at how much do we need to emphasize that. And the fact that we have over 110 code provisions that have a criminal penalty is really kind of galling to me. Like, I don't get it. And so I appreciate this discussion. I agree there are places where it does need to remain for health, safety, and welfare, but a lot of this stuff it doesn't. So maybe it's really, threading the needle delicately and saying there are some places where we think it should remain as an absolute last resort. And we're going to have a policy that makes it really clear that that it has to be used as a last resort if you can't resolve it through the other things. So I'm open to suggestions on that. I have no problem with his suggestion about referring fire code to public safety.
Okay, does anyone else have an issue with, oh, go ahead, Scott.
Well, I'm just saying that we just do a couple of examples that member Bowders might, comment on. And I think, like, say, for example, number 34 is signs, I guess it meant of public sidewalks. It should say signs on public sidewalks, and it's an infraction. And you need a permit or a license to put a sign out. Okay, so what do? We see people putting out signs and they haven't gotten a permit. An infraction does seem a little bit over the top for doing such a thing. And so, like your statement about, do everything else first to persuade, or, a sign that is put on a public sidewalk that shouldn't be there, maybe Public Works takes it away in maintaining our streets, but have the infraction be the last thing. I appreciate the spirit of that factor, but do we really need the infraction for having a sign on a public sidewalk without a permit? That seems like one that we wouldn't need an infraction citation for.
And that sounds like one that we might be able to flag for the code enforcement officer discussion too, Scott. So yeah. Appreciate that. Just to bring it back to fire code right now, does anyone object to referring that to public safety? Okay.
No.
Great. So we're going to refer that to the Public Safety Committee. And I think we're going to find some trends as we go along here that'll make the rest of this go quicker as we find more categories where we can decide that things are either being referred to committee or to Member Bowder's good suggestion of flagging them for potential code enforcement officer. So next up is fireworks, and that's another one that staff is recommending that we maintain the infraction penalty. And again, it's for that health, safety, and welfare issue. So I'm wondering if anyone has an objection to the staff recommendation for this one, or if we should use one of our flagging options, or referring to committee. Does anyone want to see this go to public safety as well? Nope.
I'm fine with it going to public safety.
I'll support that. That's fine.
Yeah, let's send that to public safety then.
I guess I have my fingers on the wrong key.
Yep.
Anyway, you guys can move on. I'll fix it later.
Okay, very good. We know that's going to public safety. So, vehicles for hire. So that's an infraction, and I think that one's a natural to refer to flag for code enforcement discussion. Allie?
Yeah, actually, I want to eliminate the infraction penalty on this one based on my reading of it. It seems fundamentally quite unfair to have these really almost Byzantine regulations for limos and vehicles for hire when the CPUC precludes us from doing jack shit about most drivers for hire in town. So it seems a little silly to pretend like we're actually protecting anyone in terms of drivers for hire, because this doesn't apply to what I think 99% of drivers for hire are, which is gig economy workers who don't work for a regulated taxi or limousine service. We know that there have been horrific mental health effects on taxi medallion owners in places like New York because they are now held to frankly unfair standards, and I'd like us to not be a part of that.
Mm.
I support that exactly for those reasons.
Yeah, I support that as well. I had a different take on it, but wanted to repeal the infraction. So
okay,
that one.
Well, we've got majority support too.
So would you like us to repeal the regulations altogether? Is that what the request is?
Or do you want it to be an administrative?
Just make it unenforceable. So just repeal. I mean, I'm sorry. Is the request to repeal it altogether?
I would actually, thank you, Madam City Manager. I would recommend repeal, but if there's others who want it looked at, it could be referred to the Transportation Committee. Otherwise, I recommend repeal.
We can refer to transportation.
Wait, so the members who are in support of this, did you want to see it go to committee, or do you want to repeal it?
I'm fine with either of those, frankly. We can talk to the committee if staff thinks we need to have a more nuanced look on it.
Yeah, I think, these are all policies that have been in place for a while, and it's probably worth some amount of discussion before we just go straight to repeal. So we can package it in a list of things to talk about with Transportation Committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for parking meters, enforcement is pursuant to vehicle code. And so vehicle code stipulates that an infraction is a penalty.
Administrative citations.
I'm sorry?
Administrative citations.
Okay, and this is something we're already doing. Does anyone suggest a change to this? Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Number 11, let's see. Oh, we're eliminating the citation, the penalty for, we're eliminating, this recommendation, excuse me, is to eliminate the misdemeanor penalty, but maintain the infraction penalty. Electric personal assistive mobility devices. Is this one that people want to see flagged for code enforcement officer?
This probably wouldn't be a code enforcement item because it would be in a moment's notice type of thing. I will just say I prefer eliminating or repealing it altogether. But if, again, in the spirit of the discussion with staff, if they think this requires a deeper dive, Transportation Committee could have it in its small suite of items to review. But I personally think we should just repeal this and not have, it's targeting juveniles, is my opinion.
I support the repeal.
Oh, that's interesting. I did not read it as targeting juveniles whatsoever.
Yeah, I think it captures different. I mean, here's the thing. I doubt we've ever actually even used it, which again, why do we have statutes that we don't even use? So like, I just think the code is cumbersome to begin with, and we could please stop your squirrel. We she's defiantly going to keep doing that. So we could just refer it to Transportation Committee just to double check, but I ultimately think we don't need it.
Okay.
I had a similar thought, but I was picturing it targeting the disabled community, and so happy to take it on transportation as well.
Okay, so let's put that down for transportation, Sherry. Thank you. So scroll us down, please. Do we need to weigh in, staff, on this advertising infraction? May require substantive revisions. What were you envisioning the action?
I think what I needed to do was to evaluate that section in light of First Amendment law to see how it was consistent with that. If the council is not interested in having the regulation anymore, then we can just go ahead and repeal it, and I will skip that step of analyzing it. But if as a policy matter, the council is still interested in it, then we would go through that analysis and bring forward any recommendations we might have.
And can you summarize the municipal code for council and those who may be watching?
I am going to defer to the city attorney.
Sure. Yes. So there are a couple of sections to this code section. One section prohibits posting signs on private premises on private premises without the permission of the landowner, or putting signs on the city streets or public rights of way, or on city trees without permission from the city. Another provision also speaks to, there's a provision about the Powell Street overpass, and specifically calling out the overpass and saying that signs within a 30-foot radius around the overpass have to be approved by the city council, presumably for public safety issues or lines of sight issues. It's a little unclear. This ordinance was adopted by the city council in 1967, so it's a little hard to understand what the council's policy goals were at the time.
And do you want to get any input from us, or before you would bring something back, or should we just be satisfied with our goal of eliminating the criminal penalty tonight?
Councilmember Bowders has a.
Yeah.
My digging on this one was that this was related to the billboard, and that perhaps the city council at the time did not want to have a whole ton of billboards because at the time there wasn't anything around this bridge when it was being built, and that there was issues about visibility and whatnot. And so with that particular subsection, I think that we could, as we're referring these things to committee, we could set as a study session, and then sometime between now and April, like a handful of these things that may be substantive review. There may be 3 or 4 of them, and just have a study session as a committee of the whole for these things that aren't really committee specific. And so if staff wants to put a couple of those in a bucket to talk about at a future date where we can agree to eliminate the penalty, I think there shouldn't be one, but I respect that there may be alternative things that I'm really sorry. Alternative things that may need to be done substantively. I think that's okay.
Suggestion, we could also turf this to Planning Commission for recommendation, because they deal with sign stuff, right?
They do.
That's a loaded question, but yes, we could do that.
Good
Also,
idea.
In regard to city trees, I don't know if you want the planning commission to be talking about posting advertising on city trees. So there are other provisions as well to think about with that one.
I'll go back to my original group study session.
I agree.
Okay, we'll bring this back to the the council as a whole. Thank you.
It's getting late, sorry.
Sherry, I am keeping notes as well. I can always.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one that we would have to make a decision on is Section 4, cabarets and dances. This is one we could push off onto code enforcement.
Yeah,
right?
this was on my code enforcement list.
Yeah. So if that's okay with folks, we would flag that for a future discussion about a code enforcement officer.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, card rooms. So with staff, I guess this is Michael who's got the code open. So would you explain what the misdemeanor is?
Sure. Yes, Madam Mayor. So this section of the municipal code regulates how how card rooms in the city are regulated. It requires both the card room operator as well as the individual employees working at the tables to receive permits from the city. And as part of the permitting process, and the permits are reviewed and issued by the police department. The purpose of the review by the police department is to make sure essentially that the games are being conducted in a fair manner, and that that the employees that also are working the game tables have been vetted from a public safety standpoint. In addition, the section also requires the operator of the card room to receive authority to regarding the games that they will actually play at the card room. So the ordinance then regulates both the card room operator and the games that are played, as well as a review of the employees who are working the tables.
Okay, thank you. Question or comment from Member Bowders?
I have a question for the city attorney. Is there anything about our ordinance that differs from Penal Code Section 186 in terms of penalties?
I haven't looked at that penal code section in relation to this, so I can't answer that question right now.
Okay, I just wonder why we need to have a municipal code that calls all these things out when there's an entire penal code section about this. But that's again, I don't. This doesn't strike me as like a building code where we're obligated to adopt the exact thing that the building code has. It's a standard. Like if there is law that says we have to adopt a standard code related to the enforcement around card rooms, then we should just treat it like we would treat the building code and leave it there. But if we don't, I don't know why we have a whole code section about this. So that was my thing.
Should we bring it back for staff to be able to have some time to investigate, and then we could look at this in a study session?
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
I have a question. Sorry. Would this one be referred to the Public Safety Committee or the study session with the council? Okay.
I think we'd like to see this back at a study session. And I just want to do a check-in with the council. We haven't done it in so long, gone this late, so I can't remember if we do it at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, but the hour is late, and I just wanted to see what everyone's appetite is for continuing, or if we should continue this meeting at a later time. So I'm personally fine with getting through as much as we can and then doing another check-in at 11 o'clock, but I want to respect everyone else's wishes. So just want to see how people are doing.
I'm good on same.
Okay, Member Medina, got a thumbs up from Member Bowders. Scott, are you okay? Okay, and I don't see Christian because I have to scroll around. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, we're all good. So we'll keep going in that case. Let's see. So the next one that we need to talk about.
I actually have a question about criminal records.
Yep, go ahead.
Is the suggestion to repeal just because it's redundant with state law?
For that particular code section, we don't use those records anymore. Police department had no idea what was being referenced with that code. So.
Okay, I was curious because it seemed like it should still probably be illegal to like hand out someone's criminal records. So I wondered. Okay, outdated, and I would prefer that we make the astrology section of fortune telling illegal for free because I'm so goddamn tired of being told about astrology recently. I think we should just go in the opposite direction, make it criminal for anyone to ask me what my sign is.
I think what Member Medina has told us Member Medina has told us it's actually getting late for her.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
We're gonna go ahead with a staff recommendation on fortune telling. Unless I get another objection.
No, let's repeal.
Repeal. Okay, so moving on to gas, water, and electric meters. I think this is another one that we can flag for a code enforcement officer, and we'll have that discussion at a later date when we can holistically talk about Measure F and what we're spending it on and who this person might be.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, great.
Support.
For intoxication, I am going to recommend a referral to public safety, but if anyone else has any. Yep, Mr. Bauer.
This was one of just a couple I had really struggled with, to be very transparent with everyone, because to the points that staff outlined in the initial presentation, this is like a health and safety and welfare issue, but it's also often used indiscriminately against certain types of people. Like college kids don't get cited for this, but the homeless person sometimes does. And so I had written a note here that said that I was to myself how much I struggled about it. I just wondered if there were alternatives. And so I would say if the Public Safety Committee wants to be the referral, that's fine. But could they explore alternatives to ticketing? Somebody for intoxication or consuming, because I also feel like the consumption of alcoholic beverages, on a public right of way, like, again, I just feel like it's a reason to give police probable cause to stop someone who they don't want to deal with, right? So I struggle with this, and I want to know what the alternatives are before when it comes back from public safety.
Okay, I agree. Public safety.
Yep.
Okay, great. Looks like
I was thinking this was just duplicative, so.
It really, and honestly, I think the committee as chair, whichever you are as chair, I don't know, could ask for that too, because I think there's probably plenty of state nuisance law that we don't need our own provision on intoxication.
Yeah, and particularly not on council meetings.
And are we feeling the same way about the consumption of alcoholic beverages on public streets?
Yeah, they're actually just subsections of the same code section, but they had slightly different penalties. And so that whole thing, I think, is one topic for public safety.
Very good. So that column will get public safety as well. Okay, massage establishments were previously an infraction, and staff is recommending to eliminate the criminal penalty. Done. Minors. Just out of curiosity, Mr. Gina, what was number 12? Because that's not one I was able to look at.
This is an anti-loitering statute relating to minors. So basically the idea is that persons under the age of 18 during school hours cannot be out in the public when they should be in school.
There you have it.
Thank
So
you.
it's true. It's really truancy more than anything else.
Understood. Okay. Well, we are
Happy to repeal. Thank you very much, City of Emeryville.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the noise ordinance, is this another one that it's safe to say we can refer out to a code enforcement officer? Or would folks like to maintain the infraction penalty, because I would assume an code enforcement officer doesn't work 24/7.
Yes, I think that's an issue.
Any recommendations? You guys want to see this go to committee?
I think it should be a code. It's actually, I mean, I would ask the city attorney and the city manager or the police chief. It's like one of the things that this is one of the hugest takeaways of police time. Mm-hmm. And we don't ever, the noise ordinance is so subjective, and we've all been through this, right? We did this like, 2 years ago? Yeah. It's so subjective. The officers that we've all spoken to are like, we never cite for it because it's not defensible or provable. Like the whole noise ordinance is just a chronic problem. So maintaining a penalty for it just doesn't make sense to me, but
So are you suggesting just a repeal or?
Well, I think if you repeal it, then you have it's open for a conversation. I think you have the public then saying, oh my gosh, there's no noise standards. There's nothing there's some people it's effective to say there is a noise ordinance, you need to comply. Some people get the letter telling them from the city, or there's a notice posted. Like I had a neighbor on Beaudry Street who had a dog that howled all night and they were gone all the time, and the neighbors complained, and there was a notice posted, and then when the neighbors would go away, the dog was indoors. So it was effective, but nobody has ever ticketed or cited from it. And this just, to me, is like, what's the point of the penalty? So.
Anyone else have any input on this one? Member Medina.
I think we also use this with construction as well. And so maybe we can kind of defer this more complicated conversation until we have that code enforcement officer conversation more seriously. I would say keep as is until we can have someone to potentially do this and then have a more in-depth conversation about it.
So we can plan for that future conversation.
Yeah, and when we have a future conversation, the first slide should not be sound as a logarithmic function, because you're going to lose us all again immediately.
You got earned.
We all graduated from the Charlie Bryant course on decibels. I think we all have 3 college credits.
I followed the logarithms no problem, and I can talk to you about the speech bubble and banana and everything. So I'm good on the sounds.
So Andrea and Sherry, for your notes, we're flagging this for a future code enforcement officer discussion. Okay, so next one is chapter 14, obstructions of streets and sidewalks. We've got an infraction now. I think this one, to me, falls under code enforcement officer. It's not urgent. Does anyone have any objection to that?
I am agreeing with you. The only thing I had in my head is whether or not, and I have to ask Andrea or Michael to answer this, I guess, but like whether or not this or the next one, because they go together, they're slightly different. One of them has got maliciousness as a requirement. Whether or not these include conduct things that we think are fleeting in nature, right? So as opposed to somebody has put a storage unit out on a sidewalk and the people can't access it, versus a group of people are blocking a sidewalk because they're protesting, right, or whatever, that could be construed as interfering with free ingress or egress. And so to me, it gets into this space of, does it conflict with First Amendment, or is it like, what is the role of this second of the 2 pieces in particular? Because I agree with Diane, the first part of it is very clearly a code enforcement thing.
Well, to answer your question, council member, between the 2 sections, the .05 section, council member, there is what makes it different from the rest of the chapter is a willful or malicious component to it. Sort of an intentional an intent on the part of the person accused of the action to prevent somebody from using the public right-of-way. The remainder of the section doesn't have an intent component associated with the penalty or with the violation.
And isn't there state law that already covers the 0.05? Isn't blocking a public right-of-way already something where if you don't respond to a law enforcement officer's request to remove the blockade, like they can remove you for blocking a public right-of-way? Do we need that section, I guess is the question.
Why don't we research that as opposed to making a decision tonight?
Okay.
You can bring up public safety if you want.
Okay. I would then say the first part should go to Diane's suggestion. The second part should go to Christian's committee.
I agree with that. So 14, except subsection 0.05 would be flagged for a conversation about code enforcement officer. And then, yeah, public safety is the 14 sub 05. Okay, great. All right. So we can scroll down past the ones that we see that say repeal or eliminate criminal penalty. Oh, and we're on to weapons. Does anyone want to open any comments about Chapter 20?
I would refer to the Public Safety Committee, but I generally believe that the majority of the statute should be retained.
Okay. So if everyone agrees, we could refer that to public safety?
Just, Christian, just for the purpose of seeing, like, is there anything we do that's outside of state law? But otherwise, I mean, most of it is state law regulates weapons.
Right. So.
Okay. Do we need to maintain an infraction for bingo?
So there is actually a whole state statute about this, and I had it as a question on mine, whether we could just repeal this and this two sections here and simply or reduce them to language that says the city of Emeryville will adopt and adhere to the rules and regulations of California Penal Code section 326.5. Like I haven't done a word by word comparison, but it generally seems like the state regulates bingo games actually pretty heavily. So like, unless we're just doing it because we felt we needed to put it in our code so people could find it easier, you know, maybe that's the case. And I just didn't realize why that was there, but it was like passed in like 1982. And I was just trying to figure out why we put this in our code.
Can I ask you a question, Councilmember Bowders? Is that, is it infraction penalty at the state level as well?
It's like a hybrid of things. It's a very big statute. I like glanced through it, but I wasn't going to be able to go through it word by word because it's not verbatim what ours is. So I didn't have the time to go through it. So there are, in those two sections, there are misdemeanors and there are infractions. And I just don't know if they all line up the same. And regardless, like if there's a state law that says these are the penalties for bingo games, do we need this local provision if we just have a state law?
I would just offer, in my experience, sometimes the local law provides for a lesser penalty so that when you enforce something in your own community, you don't necessarily have to go with that higher level of the state law. But if your local ordinance is silent, then you're sort of stuck with what the state provision is. So it's just something we might want to think about.
Yeah, and so, but you've recommended on the second part of it, retaining the misdemeanor. So.
Yeah. Because that's a whole different set of things in terms of accounting and fraud and embezzlement.
Yeah, which if it's covered by state law, why do we need it? Okay. Anyway, so.
Well, should we bring this back to a study session then just to get some clarity on how our municipal code works with the state law on the same topic? Yeah, so I'm going to suggest that. And if there's any objections, speak now. If not, then 21 and 21 sub 12, we will bring back at a study session.
My only concern is that this seems like something that might take a lot of staff time and is almost an impossibility that would ever be referenced. I mean, there's things like, public drinking and loitering that we know have consistent systemic inequalities. Do we care about bingo games?
I think that I agree with you. I think the only thing I would ask is if we don't have to have it in a local code and there's a state law about it, why don't we just remove it from our local code so it's not having to be updated to make sure it's consistent with the state law all the time? Like that's the thing I see is like the state has done it. Why do localities feel the need to add all this extra layer? Because then what happens, I agree with the city manager. Sometimes it's because the law says cities may enact a lower penalty, and that's fine. But if it's not why we have it there, then what we end up doing is we pass a law, and unless it's written perfectly to say we just follow what the state law does, the law is snapshot in time. So in this case, a 1982 law. And if the state law evolves, we're still with this like old 1982 law on our books. And now we have two sets of laws, and then people are confused. What is the law? Or both penalties could apply, and then we're just criminalizing people. So that's my issue with some of these is like, what's the reason? If there's this penal code section, why do we do it?
Well, go ahead, Member Pats.
Can we split the baby here and just say, because there's the issue of duplication, particularly on 21.12, why don't we bring it to public safety, have them sort of elaborate on that, and then we can come back with a recommendation.
That's fine.
That way we do address those things, but it's not a whole study session that staff really has to prepare for too much.
That's fine. If you want to take both of them, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. I just want to, as long as you're addressing the city manager's potential concern that we're going lighter on the penalty than the state.
Yeah, no, I just think that gives her a chance to elaborate on that, and the new chief, because it's his first public safety meeting. He can come in and do all these things. No, we'll do this over here.
I wonder if he normally starts off with bingo.
Right. We'll do this over a series.
You should pass out bingo cards at committee.
Okay. Order.
John, I have to object. Between the palm reading and
Diane has the gavel. Listen up, folks.
Bring this back to order. Okay. Community events. Mr. City Attorney, could you provide a brief explanation of what the infraction is?
Sure. So the community events ordinance, it's designed to cover a couple of different types of community events, both ones that are planned and ones that are unplanned. So, for example, a planned event would look like the world's shortest triathlon, right? Where you're going to have a planned closure of the public right-of-way for an event, and you need to get a permit from the city in order to close off those rights-of-way, and potentially, and the city needs to be able to prepare for that through its staffing and signage and what have you. Things like the world's shortest triathlon, races, runs, marathons, parades, that sort of thing require a community events permit. There is an exception there for spontaneous events. So spontaneous political events, for example. The issue here is that the body of law out there tries to recognize that on one hand, the city has wants to be able to control the rights of way to allow for public ingress and egress, but at the same time to allow for spontaneous events to happen. So there's a provision there that if a spontaneous event does happen, that the organizers are supposed to try to go out and try to get a permit as soon as practicably possible, but they can still go forward with their event. So the penalty is that if you don't get your community event permit for your parade, for example, or the world's shortest triathlon, that may be at this point punishable as an infraction, because you're obstructing the public right of way and obstructing the flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic.
Okay. Does anyone on council have a wish?
This is like the duplicitousness. Michael just kind of told us, if you're blocking the public right of way, we have a whole section about blocking the public right of way, which is a misdemeanor. Mm-hmm. So that's what I mean. We just have 1,000 ways to skin the same cat, and So I personally don't see the need to have this. It's the same with parks. Like parks is a little different, but if staff feel that they need to maintain an infraction, that goes back to my policy on other ways to get enforcement before you do that.
So I would just also offer that taking over public space for, say, a giant carnival where they're charging admission, and I mean, there's these kind of things happen as well. And that's why there's the exception for the sort of the responsive event to a something that's happening, in the political sphere or something. That's an exception. But you do have cases where organized groups will take over rights of way or parks to do things for profit, and there needs to be a way to enforce that.
Do you think writing a ticket is a successful way of enforcing that?
I think it's more successful than sending them something in the mail to an address that you won't know about, because you can't actually ask them for their identification in that circumstance. So you won't really know how to do an enforcement action otherwise.
And Madam City Manager, do you think that this would not work for a code enforcement officer to give out an administrative citation because of their limited time?
So a code enforcement officer has the same ability to issue an infraction citation as a sworn officer. The administrative citation relies on knowing where to send it and follow up. And you can't ask for someone's, as Andrea explained, I think in the September study session, you can't ask for someone's identification for an administrative citation. You can only ask for that for an infraction citation. So in the instances where we feel like it's a fleeting thing, or as Andrea explained at the beginning of these circumstances where we need to respond quickly, that has guided our staff recommendation about maintaining the infraction penalty. But again, this is a policy decision for the council. If the council is comfortable with the potential for this kind of thing persisting for a while, until we would figure out who it is and find them, it's a policy question. But I just want us to be really aware that when you take away the tool, there are consequences.
Does anyone else have comments on this?
I agree with Christine about this. Our rentals of our, ECCL will go down. They'll just start using our parks.
Any other comments? So, Scott, are you in favor of maintaining an infraction penalty?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I just think we need it.
Okay, if that's the recommendation, does everyone else support that?
And we can talk about this at the Public Safety Committee. We can walk through these and talk about how these things would work, to have a more nuanced discussion. I'm happy to do that.
I think this is a good one for public safety, actually.
I mean, I think 23, 24, 27 all go together. So City manager is nodding like she agrees, it looks like.
Yeah, I think I agree. We can, you guys are going to have a long agenda on your next public safety.
A couple agendas, probably.
Yeah.
Do them by chapter or something, or title, so they don't have to do all of it at one time.
Yep. Okay, which takes us down to number 29, which is, I know, near and dear to our hearts, is our smoking pollution control section of the municipal code. And the staff recommendation is to maintain that as an infraction penalty. And that certainly is something that is immediate. So I'm wondering what folks think about this.
Well, this goes to Christine's last comment. Like, so in this case, if somebody's making a complaint and saying it's my neighbor, and the people at Alameda County Health Department have done all the various kind of like reaching this level of punishment, right? And we haven't mitigated or solved the problem. Like, we do know who the person is. We could cite them through a code enforcement officer. So why retain the infraction?
I'm going to ask Andrea to help out. I think this one also has the ability to issue an administrative citation. I think it's a both and.
It is both. I believe that Police department has not issued any infraction penalty. Not certain if they've done any administrative citations, but if the council recalls, when the ordinance was adopted, there's a lot of education and outreach before you reach the point of any sort of enforcement. The infraction was recommended because there are provisions of these regulations where you may not have somebody who lives at the building who's doing the smoking. It may be a guest, in which case an administrative citation becomes difficult because you don't know where that person lives.
But you wouldn't have, if they're doing it the first time, you wouldn't be giving them a ticket, right? Because they would have, even, you don't know, right? So like if the person calls and says, my next door neighbor calls and says I'm smoking, and it's my guest who's actually sitting out on my patio violating the ordinance, right? The police come by or the county department comes by that first level and I say, oh, it was a guest. I mean, there wasn't going to be a penalty anyway, right?
That's correct. I mean, it could be like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Repeat guest, somebody who's visiting the housing development all the time and who maybe disregards that housing development's rules.
I support removing this from the infraction.
So are you folks recommending that we put this into the purview of a code enforcement officer, or?
So I'd like to ask is if we could just have the opportunity to go back and look at what the advocates said when you adopted this. There was a whole, as I remember when these were going around, there was a whole set of things that the advocacy community had wanted to see in these ordinances, and then we get graded on these ordinances. I don't know if Emeryville went through that process, but I just like the opportunity to check and see what the policy basis was at the time the ordinance was adopted, if that was included in the discussion.
So do we want to bring this back after staff does research and see this at a future study session?
Yeah, let's just do that and let them bring that at that study session update.
And this one will be relatively quick, I think, in that.
You're right.
So, I'm sorry, is this the general study session or is this the one related to the code enforcement?
I think it should all be one. I mean, my colleagues can pipe in, but I don't want to see this broken up into a bunch of more meetings. We've already, we're already sending stuff to at least 2 committees. So if folks are all right with that, and if staff agrees, then I think it should all come back at once.
It may take a while, Madam Mayor. We have about 6 more pages to go, so.
Yep.
Yeah, but the last 3 pages are essentially all kind of like categorical. And a lot of them are eliminate. You guys have recommended most of the last 3 pages eliminating everything anyway. So it's the next page is the fun page is the way I look at it.
Yeah, firearms.
I have a strong opinion on this. I actually think we should proactively repeal and replace this entire title and chapter with an enacted prohibition on the ownership or operation of firearms dealerships and events in the city of Emeryville.
I am happy to support that personally.
I know all the gun people will send me a lot of love letters as soon as they hear that, but I actually think we should not even worry about what the penalty is for violating this. I think we should actually just prohibit it. And there is case law as recent as the last 2 years from the Supreme Court that says it is okay to do that.
Okay, I'm in support of that. I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
I'm with that, but that sounds like it almost needs to be like a separate council item because it's a new ordinance or something.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you'd have to write an ordinance prohibiting it, which would take just some time and review of the law to do it properly. But I think that should be the step forward. Instead of dealing with this as a penalty, I think we should repeal and replace this with a complete prohibition.
Okay, then for now we'll maintain as the misdemeanor and infraction penalties as recommended.
Yeah.
In the future, repeal and replace with a prohibition.
Or at least if people don't want to decide on what they think about that, at least schedule it for a discussion as an item in the future.
But I agree with what Member Medina said. This needs to be absolutely by itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Its own council item.
Yeah.
I think 34 is supposed to be signs on public sidewalks, just a suspicion.
Signs on.
Oh, sorry.
It's there. And forgive me, did we already discuss what to do with this one? Because I remember discussing this. Use it as an example when we were talking about a previous item. Member Bowders.
Oh, I think Member Donahue had brought this one up, but I think this is a, I mean, unless staff feel that this is one of those things that you can't handle, I kind of find this, I mean, if they feel this is the only way they can properly remove a sign that, I guess it comes back to, is it blocking the sidewalk, right? Because if we could funnel all these things into like one category where all these sidewalk issues are like blocking the sidewalk is going to be penalized by X, then we don't need a sign on the sidewalk thing. If it's about permitting the sign, like they didn't get a permit for the sign, then I would prefer administrative citation.
I agree. Public Works could.
Sorry, Mr. Gina, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So to clarify Councilmember Bowder's question, so the ordinance requires you it allows for signs on public sidewalks. However, you have to get a permit in order to do that. And there are certain location requirements for placing the sign as well as dimension requirements. And so if you put a sign on the public right of way without a permit or one that doesn't meet these other requirements, that's the penalty. Or that's when a violation occurs, excuse me.
And so staff feel that the only way to enforce it is like we send a police officer out and they issue a ticket. Is that what happens?
I think the idea with the infraction penalty is if we don't know where to send the administrative citation, we're not able to locate that, then we would have to use the infraction penalty.
Right. So you don't know where to send it. So there's a sign out on the sidewalk. So like, who are you giving the ticket to?
If there's somebody there with the sign.
I mean, maybe they put a number on the sign.
Or maybe the sign should just be put in the trash.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. I was like, why don't we just remove it as considered litter? If it's not permitted, it's litter.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Well,
Christian, is Christian agreeing with me?
Yeah, totally.
I think it's just litter. That's what I consider that trash. If you do not permit your sign, it's just trash.
Well, great news. 2.02 is reduce littering to infraction penalty, which gets us right back to where we started.
Mr. Gina, I'm sorry.
Thank you. That would actually require a little bit more thought than just throwing it directly into the trash. There's law out there as well that says that, just because somebody leaves, let's say, their shopping cart out on the street unattended, that the public agency does not have the ability to throw that in the trash as litter, right? So we really need to be more thoughtful about when we can just appropriate property that's left on the public right of way and dispose of it.
Right. So we also do, like we announced this week in our public notices, that unclaimed property, right, we turn it over to somebody who it's auctioned off. So what prevents us from saying Public Works picks up the sign that's not permitted? We don't know who the owner is. We're not going to try and find the owner because it's not a permitted sign. We pick it up, we confiscate it, and if someone contacts City Hall about it, we issue them the citation.
I would say that seems to engender a lot more staff time. Like, we have to then send Public Works resources to go pick up the sign. We have to have space to hold the sign. We have to have a staff member to find and locate the sign and then issue. It seems like we're adding like a lot of staff work because someone left a sign on the sidewalk.
How many tickets have we issued for a sign on the sidewalk?
Well, again, we've only issued 10 tickets for anything other than parking. So none of this has really gotten anything.
Yeah, so I mean, but do we get complaints about signs that aren't, or do we see signs that aren't permitted? I mean, there's ones you go down through the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center. There's signs all over those sidewalks.
I'm happy to take this on at public safety if there is more that staff wants to elaborate on this. Otherwise, I say we eliminate this infraction and let people put up their signs to tell people where to go to their unauthorized carnivals.
I actually would like to counteroffer that it should go to a transportation committee. It's a sidewalk. It's a sidewalk.
Either one's fine by me.
Let's send this to transportation then, if there's no objection. Okay, skateboard facilities. Does anyone want to weigh in on this one? Do we want to maintain that as an infraction?
I did have a note on this one. This is another one where California Health and Safety Code section 115800 seems to be the reason why we even have this. So it's not clear to me if it says that pursuant to that section, the intent of the ordinance is to fulfill that. So it sounds like we just have to adopt it because of a health and safety code. Like there must be a state law about skateboard parks where if you have one, you have to have this law in your books, in which case it may just be that's the reason why it's there.
Mr. Guillen, would you know at this point, or is this something that you'd like to report back to either committee or the full body?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to take a minute to be able to, it looks like Andrea has an answer.
So under this section, at the staff level, we have the ability to make rules that govern the skateboard park, and it would be a violation of one of those rules that could result in an infraction penalty. And again, it's the issue of if somebody isn't following the rules, with an administrative citation, if they don't give you their license and you don't know where to send the citation with the infraction penalty, you can give it right away. And since the skateboard facilities are also within the greenway, there's potential for conflict. And so compliance with the rules is important.
Okay, how are folks feeling about this one?
The skateboard park is part of the greenway?
That's my recollection from when we came here and adopted the ordinance.
That would be a very disconnected segment from the greenway I'm familiar with. So
I think it actually is, because I remember in the planning documents there, when I got onto council, we were just closing up a discussion of removing a bike path from the side of ECCL, which I don't know if that would have been like an arterial connection to a north-south passage in the city, but I think Andrea may be right on that.
They feel we need to leave that one, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Fine with
All right,
it too.
we're taking the staff recommendation on that one. Keeping of vicious animals within the city, prohibition upon that, punishable by a misdemeanor penalty. Can staff elaborate whether or not there's any specific definition under vicious animals?
It's actually a huge statute. This is like one of our longest ordinances.
Do you have that before you, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, for those folks that are following along, it's 6-1.107. It defines a vicious animal as a dog or other animal that has displayed certain characteristics that are rebuttably presumed to be vicious. So those characteristics are the dog or animal has behaved in a manner that the owner or person in control of the animal should reasonably know that the animal has the propensity to bite human beings or cause other physical injury, or that the animal has twice within a 48-month period bitten or caused physical injury to or attempted to physically injure a human being, or if the animal has caused substantial physical injury to a human being, including not limited to a bite, requiring medical attention on the part of the victim, or if the dog or animal has twice within a 48-month period bitten or caused physical injury to any other domesticated animal, or if the dog or animal has caused the death or permanent physical injury to another domesticated animal.
Okay, so anyone want to speak to this one? And Mr. City Attorney, do we have any indication as to whether this is duplicative of state law?
I don't have that information, but I see Andrea has her hand up, so if the chair could recognize her.
Absolutely, and I apologize, Andrea, I just can't see everyone all at once, so you can feel free to pipe in.
I did just want to remind the council that at the last study session, we did report that there were a small number of infraction citations that were issued related to animal control. And I don't have at my fingertips whether this was one of the sections or not. But
I recall you saying this one, Andrea, and I actually support retaining it. I think my only question is whether we need it to be a misdemeanor or infraction is sufficient. That was my only question for staff.
If I'm remembering correctly, I think a couple of our officers told me that about 2 Halloweens ago, there was a pretty gnarly incident at one of our hotels involving a couple of vicious animals locked in a room with people. And I'm not going to dip my toes into the waters of dog laws as a clear non-dog person, but I could see an argument for keeping the misdemeanor here.
Okay, I have personal experience about 20 years ago riding my bike on 47th Street. I was bitten by a vicious dog right to the bone, had to get Kaiser to really work on my ankle and leg. And turns out the dog was normally in the backyard as a defense mechanism for the house. It had escaped and it had fallen out of compliance for rabies. And I had to make a decision whether to get rabies shots. And, the dog was really a danger to me and the public. And the police had to go, when it was getting time for me to decide about, finding the dog, the police went door to door. And I think they might have used, their ability to go find the dog maybe on this ordinance. And they found it and brought it out and I identified it. So it seems like maybe we should keep this one.
Andrea, did the police department advise as to whether keeping this a misdemeanor over an infraction, how this helps them?
I don't think we got into that sort of discussion, but the idea is that we have had citations as it relates to animal control, and that this does relate to public safety in terms of sort of the themes along with weapons and firearms.
Yeah.
Andrea, following up on that, does the ordinance then, do you recall, is it like misdemeanor is the highest penalty, but infraction is an allowable citation also? It's not like it has to be a misdemeanor, right?
No, we could make the clarification in the code cleanup that it could also be an infraction penalty. I tried to put that with each of the sections where it wasn't clear that it could either be a misdemeanor or an infraction. I think that's always a good choice, that if you could go with a lower penalty, then that gives the police the option to do so.
Yeah, I feel like this is a common enough thing that it should be here. unfortunately. And I just think, going back to the earlier comment, I think we should have some just general ordinance or policy provision that says the policy is to use the least restrictive or the least penal in of the choices. I think that it should say infraction or misdemeanor, and that I think misdemeanor should be reserved for people who habitually do this. There are certain people who it's generally they're actually engaged in animal abuse, but it comes out in the form of the animal ends up being punished for poor human behavior, right? So the animal is not kind to people because it's mistreated, and then they have the dog taken away, and because the dog bites the neighbor kid and they get this ticket, the dog gets euthanized, and then a year later you have the same neighbor who has the same bad pattern doing the same thing to a new dog they were given. So I do feel like the human behavior could be punished on an accelerated level if we had habitual problems. But it does also feel like, especially a lot of first-time dog owners who do have a dog that bites a kid at a playground or something, it's a very scary thing for the child and their family. It's also a very scary thing for a dog owner when that happens. And I think that if the punishment is just a misdemeanor, it just seems like there is a space of like a vicious animal. And I know that we've kind of got this definition about all these rebuttable presumptions about what a vicious dog is, but it's just kind of scary, I think, to have it be kind of like all at one end. So I support like a grade of things on this.
I agree with that.
I agree as well, but to review that gradation, would you like to see this come back to the body as a whole in our study session, or do you think this should go through public safety?
I kind of just think you could just do it. I don't know that it needs, I mean, unless somebody on staff feels like they should review it more, I'm just happy to say just keep it as it is, but add the infraction component as an option.
I agree.
We outsource our animal control officers. And so I just want to make sure that we either have good training, cross-training, or consistency in our ordinances so that we make sure that we're not running into problems in that realm.
So you want it referred to public safety, is that what you're saying?
We can take it to public safety. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that because we outsource, I just want to make sure that we have consistency in training. But yeah, public safety is fine. We can look at it.
Okay.
I think that's a quick one.
So pigeons are legal now, which moves us to littering and accumulations in public places, parks, and schools, which was formerly a misdemeanor. I didn't know that before, but staff is recommending that we reduce that to an infraction penalty. What are folks thinking? Can the code enforcement officer possibly handle this?
Infraction still police, isn't it?
I personally believe all the chapter or article, what is this, Title VI? I think all the Title VI sanitary, wastewater, open stream, for the slide set environmental stuff, all of those things I think should remain infractions, actually, because that's a major public health issue. If waterways and litter and stuff, like, they should be able to cite people who are dumping or things like that right away.
No, I think that's right, and it has an effect on our things that we're doing to where we're being mandated to clean up our stormwater, and that directly affects the city. Does anyone have an objection to Member Bowder's suggestion? Although I can't see all of the
it just goes on to the next page. There's like a handful of them. It included obstructions of water courses and stormwater treatment design and flood control stuff. Like, I just think those probably all should just remain the way they are.
Okay. Does anyone have any objection to keeping those as infractions?
I support that.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Great. Then we can scroll down past all of those because
Mayor Martinez, can I just make sure that I'm understanding? So section 2.02, 2.03, the littering section, council is agreeing to the staff recommendation.
Correct.
Reduced to infraction penalty.
Yes.
And then also obstructions to water courses.
Yes.
And then stormwater treatment design and management.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I feel like Title 7 is the only one that requires conversation, like at the detail level you've had, because like 8 through 10 are all planning stuff, and they can all be code, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. But I feel like 7 is the one that requires a lot of conversation.
Okay, so 7, sub 1. Can Mr. Dina, would you mind giving a quick?
Sure. Although I see that Councilmember Medina had her hand up, but Mayor, what this is this is about monuments that are embedded in the right-of-way to allow for being able to take. I'm sorry.
So Mark, we're 37 feet above sea level.
Thank you. It's to allow measurements to be taken place for the folks that are out there doing
surveyors. Yeah.
Surveyors. Thank you. It's a little late.
I can do this one, Michael. It's my favorite one.
No, thank you. Pardon me. It's a late evening. But yes, so there are monuments that are embedded in the sidewalk or in certain places for surveyors to be able to orient their equipment and have an accurate reading. And so the penalty is assessed if somebody is disturbing or removing or trying to destroy them.
Okay, and I want to recognize Member Medina because this is her favorite part of our code.
Listen, I'm not sure this hasn't already happened because it says in the code where this datum plane marker is, and I don't recall seeing it. And we'll go look tomorrow morning to confirm for the group that it's still there.
Okay.
Like, are we sure it's there? Has anyone checked? It's on the corner of Park and San Pablo.
Yeah, we had Diana Keena captive for a few minutes earlier. I bet she'd know. But
I don't know if it needs to be a misdemeanor. I don't know. Who's doing this?
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to throw that back to staff and find out why this needs to be a misdemeanor.
So the reason why we kept it a misdemeanor is that it seemed if somebody is messing with these monuments, that it could have some significant repercussions in surveying and planning. So that's why we recommended keeping the misdemeanor.
You know, I see Mary Grace is kindly still with us at this late hour. Mary Grace, did you want to pipe in?
Yes, if you can hear me. Monuments are actually extremely important. This is how we establish property lines and property boundaries. And it is happened over the course of centuries where people will actually destroy monumentation, and it will cause real problems with the right-of-way limits for not just the public right-of-way, but individual properties. So I would encourage that we keep something in regarding datum planes and enforcement of not monumentation. It either can be done deliberately or it can happen during construction, those types of things. But it is important that we maintain our city monumentation.
And Madam Mayor, I don't know if everybody knows, but Mary Grace is actually a licensed land surveyor as well as a civil engineer.
That's super cool.
Yeah. Isn't this how George Washington got his start?
Yes, he was a land surveyor.
Yes, and was he scamming and moving property lines?
The border with Canada. Oh, it's 10:50.
Well,
the data plane thing, it's iron and concrete. No one's doing this on accident.
Actually,
not kids messing around.
well, no, actually, like the ones that do the city border are bronze. Is that correct, Mary Grace? The one at Park Avenue is bronze.
So monuments can take on a number of forms. They can be an actual disc. They can be an actual cut cross in the curb line. They can be a nail. They can be an iron pipe. So they are all forms of datum that we use and that are made of record to monument properties. So.
Do you think it should be a misdemeanor or is an infraction sufficient?
I think this is one you may want to have levels to, but I would encourage that we should probably do a little research on what is listed in the Land Surveyors Act and the Subdivision Map Act regarding issues associated with destruction of monumentation.
Sounds like it should go to the Public Works Committee.
It doesn't exist anymore. There's transportation, but we'll take it. And I would just note this is one of the few ordinances that I had to do a little homework because I didn't understand the citation of like when it had been enacted, because it actually is an Emeryville Town Council ordinance, Emeryville Town Code. It was ETC, not EMC. And I was like, what is ETC? I have deduced at least that it's the Emeryville Town Code. So this is like the original code. So maybe we don't touch it just out of that sake. Who knows? It's like the thing that once you touch it, maybe like all the, the spirits from the bad side of the world come back to get you. So I don't know. Maybe we leave it alone. It seems spooky.
Yeah, this is the origin of our country. This whole thing.
This is an original ordinance. So
to be fair, I've done a guided hike up to the data marker for the Tellus Point in Alameda County. Like they are kind of a historical thing.
Okay, so
I could keep it, or we can go to talk about transportation, but I'm actually fine with keeping it.
Let's just keep it. Why not? Let's just keep it.
Okay, don't touch our markers, people. We're keeping that mystery.
Come on, Mayor, please say don't touch my datum.
Don't touch my datum. Okay, so we're on to excavations and encroachments in the public right-of-way. Do we want to maintain the infraction penalty?
I think that's a public, as the person who had to conduct the hearing appeals decision for excavation under a public right of way, it is a public safety issue. And I think there should be something for that. Yeah.
I agree. There was someone on my street who actually dug up and replaced the sidewalk for some reason, but it was, I think the city manager remembers that. It was horrifying. Like they didn't know what facilities were under there. And I don't think people should be doing that. So I support maintaining this infraction. Any objection? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Great. Eliminate. Okay, so false statements and data. Does anyone want to take this on?
I had listed whether I said retain unless we can find that it's covered in existing state law. It's a bunch of different things, but it feels like it's existing state law.
Does staff have any comment on that, or would they like to bring it back before committee?
Unless Andrew has any additional information, I don't have any information to respond to the council member as to whether or not there is existing state law on this. So we would need to do some additional research on that.
Okay, folks want to send this to public safety? Yeah, okay. Let's send this one to public safety. And then for, we're back down to number 8, wastewater collection systems.
Maintain this one.
And yeah, I think we want to maintain all criminal penalties for this one because there are broader implications for health and safety. And this takes us to all of these fun building and mechanical and residential code infractions. So do we want to address these as a group?
I think the city manager, and forgive me for speaking for her, but I feel like these are ones we wanted to move down to code enforcement, but I felt like she wanted to maintain them as an infraction. So I would be happy to, I suggest we start there.
Madam City Manager, if you want to flag these, should we flag these for a future discussion about a code enforcement officer?
So again, I probably would not recommend that we divert the limited time of a single FTE of a code enforcement officer to things that the building inspectors would be enforcing under the building code. So all of, with the exception of the urban forestry ordinance, The building code, the mechanical code, the electrical code, all of those things are things that building inspectors do already. Dangerous buildings code, all of that. But I do think when we have the code enforcement officer discussion, what we'll want to talk about is how do you want that program to work? Because a code enforcement officer can also issue an infraction citation. And there may be circumstances in which you want that to be part of the program, and circumstances where you don't want that to be part of the program. But these codes, for the most part, are enforced by building inspectors.
Right. So, but do you think it would be prudent for us to talk about all of these codes individually when we have a conversation about a code enforcement officer?
I think it would be appropriate for us to bring them back in a study session so the building division can talk to you about what the building inspectors do in terms of enforcing these codes.
Okay. Does anyone have any objection to that recommendation? No. Okay, so all of these associated codes are coming back in a study session with more information from that department.
And then just number 50 or chapter 15 down there, there's a couple at the very end. The signs adjacent to landscape freeways. I noticed that staff recommended eliminating the criminal provision for that. I'm fine. I just wanted to flag that.
And revising it, likely revising it substantially.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I just want to flag that as I'm fine with that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So you can move beyond that when you're ready to scroll down.
That gets us to the end.
All right, eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. So these are all eliminate. We already decided on those. And then we're really on the last page. Oh my gosh. Guys, we could do this.
We're going to make it.
Okay, so Title 10, Chapter 1, except point 22 and point 23. The rules and regulations for the Emeryville Marina, we're reducing those staff recommendations to reduce from misdemeanor to infraction. Is that reasonable?
I support the staff recommendations.
Yes. Yeah, support the staff recommendation.
Me too.
Yeah, as do I. So going with the staff recommendation on that. And then Title 10, Chapter 2, activities in the tidelands within the city of Emeryville. And I think we should maintain that infraction penalty, but anyone else?
Agree.
Leave our bird habitat alone. Without objection, should we go with a staff recommendation?
Yes.
All right. Hey, we got through the whole thing.
Great job, Madam Mayor.
All right. Does staff have any questions about what we'd like to see come back? And we know some of these will take some time, and that the Public Safety Committee might need this broken up into bits to most thoroughly consider all the items that we sent their way. Is everything clear, Andrea?
I think the direction is clear in terms of where things need to go. Mm-hmm. In terms of items where you agree with staff recommendation, and the staff recommendation is going to require some sort of council action, like eliminate the criminal penalty. Should we wait and bring this all back at the end, or when do I just hold that and wait for the committees and the input? I'm just trying to figure out if this is going to start becoming a piecemeal type project, or if it's just gathering everything and waiting and it all comes in one final package to the council.
I'm partial to seeing it all in one package, but I'm happy to hear from other folks.
I think I also prefer doing it all in one shot.
Yeah, I don't think there was a sense of urgency to doing all of this, but just the desire to get it all done. And so I want to appreciate staff for all of the work that this has taken. And if it makes sense to go to committee first with all of those referrals, and then to bring it back an entire study session where the entire council gets to review all of those recommendations, that might make sense as well. But I'll leave that up to staff in terms of packaging everything as best they can into one package. So thank you again for that item. Great staff report, and thank you, Michael, for becoming acquainted with all of our antiquated corners and cobwebs in our municipal code. And I think we actually still have department head reports. And is our planning director still with us, Charlie?
Let me get him back.
While we're looking for him, I want to thank Andrea for all her work on that chart.
He's got his hand up, Sherry.
Yeah, I see him.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
It says Charlie Bryant is talking, so I guess you can. Well, good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. This is my monthly report to you on what the Planning Commission has done at their recent meeting. Their last meeting was last Thursday, December 10th. There were 2 items on the agenda as listed here on your agenda. The second item, the Elevation 22 tree removal permit, was continued to a future meeting. We expect that to be heard at the Commission's next meeting on January 28th. On the first item, the Sherwin-Williams Building 131 Adaptive Reuse Final Development Plan, the Commission expressed great enthusiasm and appreciation for the work of the developer, and especially for their responsiveness to the comments that the Commission had made at their study session on this item in October. And they then approved it unanimously, 7 ayes. That decision, of course, is appealable to the City Council within 15 days. In this case, the appeal deadline falls on December 25th, which of course is a city holiday. So in that case, the appeal deadline is extended to the next end of the next business day, which is Monday, December 28th. And of course, if the City Council wishes to appeal that decision to yourselves, this would be your opportunity to do that. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Okay, and any questions for Mr. Bryant? Not seeing any. Thank you so much, Charlie, for that update. Brings us to item number 14, future agenda item requests from council members. And I'll recognize Member Bowders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 items following up on our study session earlier this evening. I'd like to request a study session related to setting or having a discussion about policies citywide for ensuring prevailing wage, healthcare, and apprenticeships, just as a broad set of categories. How do we deploy those as policies in the city for construction of new sites? And then the second item is that with the study session, we also discussed the housing bond, and that the council was really in agreement about all the components of that expenditure plan. And the developers from RCD, their deadline for getting applications in for certain state funding is going to be the end of business on January 19th. Now, we have a council meeting that day, but it's not scheduled until after their deadline. And so all the good work we've done would kind of be for naught. So we need to, I think, actually have a special meeting that morning, if that's possible. I'd recommend 10 or 11 a.m. if staff and the council can accommodate that, to have a single agenda item to give the city manager the authority she needs to write the letter in support for their application. And I would see if the city manager would agree that that's the best course of action before looking for support.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. We did connect with RCD in that it would work for them if we were able to schedule a meeting that morning, that they could then include the letter in their packet. Assuming that the council approved a letter of commitment, they would then include that with their application.
Okay, great. So let's take those one at a time. Do we have support for the study session regarding the prevailing wages, apprenticeships, and medical care? Okay, so all right. We have a majority there. And then for the second item, scheduling a special meeting on the morning of the 19th in order to assist RCD in meeting their deadlines. And I'm open all morning. Is there a specific time that folks need to request? Do you need to consult your calendars?
I just need it to be for work purposes after 10 o'clock. I have a mandatory meeting from 9 to 10.
After 10?
Yeah.
How are other folks doing?
January 19th, 10 a.m. or on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 10 or 11 is what I just talking to the city manager thought that would be the best time.
Madam City Manager, do you want to lock that down now, or do you want to
if we could agree at 10 a.m. and then that gives us time to get everything done for them, that would be great.
Okay, great. Let's make that 10 a.m. and if there are any changes, you will alert council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. And Member Medina, did you have your hand raised as well?
Yes, I was going to ask the city manager, we had agreed on a future agenda item to revisit our cannabis ordinance, cannabis being a theme of the day, to discuss what to do with languishing permits. Are we able to bring that back for the January agenda?
No, not for January 19th. But we can
promise me January.
For a study session?
Not a study session, no, to consider amending cannabis.
Mr. City Attorney, have you guys seen that yet?
No, we have not, unless Andrea has, but I'm not aware of it.
Andrea, you still on board?
She deserves a break tonight.
Yes, I have not heard of or seen any ordinance.
So that agenda packet publishes on January 8th. Mm-hmm. So if that hasn't been through the city attorney's office at this point, I will just share with you, I don't think we're going to be able to make that, but we will get back with the staff and do it as soon thereafter. The next meeting would be February 2nd.
Okay. I would like to put some urgency on this because our tax dollars languish as our permits do.
Understood. Right.
Okay. Members that was support. Okay. Members Pats or Vice Mayor Donahue, anything to add for future items? So this is our last meeting of the year. Thank you everyone for hanging in there. The hour is late. It's 11:08, and we are adjourning this meeting. Thank you and happy holidays. I hope everyone's staying safe, locked in their hermetic seals. I'm getting more and more, unfortunately, notice of people I know getting COVID. So I hope you're staying safe, everybody.
Great job, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you up so late.
Yes. No, you did a great job. Thank you to the staff for sticking it out and have a great holidays.
Thanks.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Bye-bye.